Adventures in Dundras. The last exciting episode of the Adventures in Dundras. Our intrepid band of heroes, Dallen, Dragon Milo, Woman, Milo, the Bardic Halfling Rogue, and Soren Druidic Jabin Cleric, finished up their task, having saved the city of Blackheart's Haven. They gathered up their things and proceeded on the road south to return back to Starfall Citadel, with Varis in tow and a new ally, a gift from the leader of Blackheart's Haven, an automaton known as TR4N5-L8, proceeded to make their way south along the pathway. As they were traveling through the woods, though, they caught sight of a cave, and just as they were about to investigate, they heard the beating of a drum, and the ground shook as a war band of 30 orcs charged at the party. A bloody battle ensued as the party fought the violent, craving orcs, until eventually all grew silent as the party stood there victorious. They proceeded to loot the cave and grab some gold and other things they could find, and proceeded on their way. The rest of their trip seemed to go uneventfully, but as they continued to travel, Varis began to open up as he explained to the party the reasonings as to why he was so invested in finding Maldraxxus and putting an end to it. The party learned that long before they ever met, Varis had lost his soul to some sort of shadowy thing when he was young, and now he seeks to accomplish something truly great in order to earn a chance to get his soul back. The party assured Varis they would do what they could to try and aid him in his quest, and especially finding Maldraxxus. And as they all steeled the resolve, they came across the young great dragon that Milo had slew on their initial trip up to Blackheart's Haven. Much of it had been pieced over, but there was still a good amount of the dragon left. So the party had Varis do a sending over to the Citadel and instruct the guard, Kevin and the guard there, to bring some troops over to retrieve the dragon and allow the Citadel to take benefit of its resources. As the party made their way back to the Citadel, they got settled in and reunited with both Dallen and Namfoodle, and made their way to the Citadel. After the dinner party, Dallen wished to see about what the party had heard about Thragon that's constructed. So the party went into the general area that it should have been, but as they were looking about, trying to find the doorway, they could not. They were slightly concerned and confused about the disappearance of this door, and decided that they were perhaps just tired and needed a rest. So, they went to bed, sure of what awaited awaits the party. What will happen in their adventures, and where would they go today? Find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras. But first, let us meet with our players and see how they are doing.
The story.
Oh, I finished it.
Oh, you finished it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or what?
Never
What?
mind then.
Sorry, I had to take off my headset for a second.
Oh, we're talking about Space Marine 2.
Oh, Switch Renew. Oh, same here. I finished it. I hate that I'm glad I'm finished it because I decided to play it on the hardest difficulty, which short term was long term it was awesome.
Yeah, I'm playing it on its recommended difficulty. The whatever basically the hard one is.
Yeah, the hardest difficulty. Yeah, everything hits like a truck.
If you ain't doing the hardest, you ain't a true Space Marine.
It's like, oh, now that you actually have either a heavy weapon or a plasma-based weapon, you can actually do some actual damage. But anything that's actual regular bullets, it's like, nope, it's not. It's like, and it takes off 1% of health.
Yeah, that's why I decided to play on normal. I wanted my weapons to actually do some damage.
Yeah. One of the things I've already decided I'm putting money aside, and I'm already looking at certain games. I'm like, okay, which games have I not even touched in how long? That I'm just gonna delete them and move their save data to another file thing. Is for my Monster Hunter Wilds got an announcement for February, I can already pre-order it.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Yep. And of course, being me, I'm gonna be getting the one that costs the most. It's like I'm mad though. Apparently, the one that's Japan is getting right. They're the ones that are getting the option for the collector's edition, the deluxe collection edition first, and that one comes with a bunch of like actual other physical stuff. It's like, oh yeah, they get the physical box, the metal box, they get the statuette, they get a plushie, and a bunch of. But this is only Japan only, and it may be released later in other countries, maybe. I'm like, that's not fair. It's like one of my friends, he sent me the what was that meme from the Sword Art Online abridged? Like, that's not fair. That's not fair. That's fair. I think so the deluxe edition. Let me look at actually. No, that's not. Wish list.
By the way, hello there.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi.
109.99. There we go. That's for the deluxe edition. The regular one is. Let's see. Standard edition. $69.99. The deluxe edition one comes with a bunch of like extra stuff. Like there's the premium deluxe. There's the deluxe and the premium deluxe. That's what it was. The premium deluxe. That comes with a shit ton of stuff.
Hopefully it's worth it.
Oh yeah. Plus the fact that it allows you the premium deluxe. If you have saved data from Monster Hunter Worlds or Iceborne, it allows certain things to fully transfer over. Let's see. Yeah, it comes with a lot of stuff that technically you could purchase after the regular game comes out in store. But this is like, oh, if you just want it all in one big bundle and not have to do separate purchases later. Oh,
Could be more expensive.
Yeah, it's like, plus I'm like, I am an adult. I can spend my money anywhere I want. I made sure my bills were paid.
Yeah, I'm feeling a similar call when the new Legend of Zelda just came out, the Echoes of Wisdom.
Yeah. One of my friends, she said like got to play it over when she was at the game convention when they had it for like the hands-on playtest stuff, and she liked it.
Yeah, it looks very cute. It looks like it'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's like you actually get to play this time as Zelda, so the title actually matches. It's like so it is a Zelda game.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to actually getting around to playing that one. I mean, that's been my series since I was literally like a wee lad.
A wee sprig of a lad.
Glad to hear you all chatting up and having a good time while I was finishing the setup. Hopefully you all had a good week.
Yeah. So, like, this mainly my stress now is gone because we were able to finally get in contact with my aunt who was in one of the main areas that got hit. We were like before we were suddenly there was like, oh, no one can contact them and everything. The last thing they got was like, yeah, our basement is completely flooded. The mini house we were building got swept inside a church, and then the line cut out, and we weren't able to get contact until like this morning. And apparently, the where they were, all the radio towers, all the cell phone towers, all the satellite towers were completely wiped out, destroyed. The only reason they were able to contact us, he was able to dig out from one of his storage, and one of their neighbors, they had, it's like this, he has like a booster thing for him, but his neighbors, which luckily they came, after everything settled them, they actually were going down the mountain making sure people were alright, had this big, I'm actually looking at buying it. It looks like it's a big heavy box, but it has, it can power by either solar, battery, charge, or a crank. It has a built-in satellite phone, a built-in ham radio, built-in satellite radio. It has the thing for Morse code.
Sounds expensive.
It's about $300, but it's something that's like, hey, if you have if all other infrastructure to contact anybody in your area is gone, this is going to be able to help you contact people. It has a built-in a dish that you can set up, a bunch of other stuff, but they were able to use that to contact everybody and let them know. So luckily their house wasn't destroyed, but the main headache was my aunt, because they have cattle, and she didn't want to listen to her husband to just open it out and let them out. We have things that we can find them. So eventually she broke and listened to him, and the other thing was all their dogs. They have 10 dogs. Some are cattle dogs, some are other smaller dogs, and luckily they think by some miracle they didn't lose any of them, but again, she was being herself about the animals and putting herself at risk.
Yeah, but I mean, if you care about animals enough, you can kind of understand and see why.
Yeah, it's like I care about my animals. Like the thing is, for her, because of her age, like the bigger dogs, they can take care of herself, but the amount of little dogs that she has, like and only 2 of them are trained well. If she calls them, they'll come. The others, they panic and do whatever they want. They are completely untrained little wild heathens. But luckily, we were able to get contact with her, and she's fine. But a lot of the area that she's at, like the only reason they have any kind of help right now is because of the neighbors that have ability that live farther up the mountains that are able to come down and help people lower down. But they can't get to, and no one from the bigger cities can reach them, and they can't reach them because it's completely impassable. The roads are gone. There are no roads anymore. Like one section where there was a section, there's a brand new river now that is still eroding more of the roadway. One town is there is no town anymore. It's been officially labeled as the town is a complete loss. Every bit of infrastructure, housing, everything is gone. The police station is gone, everything. Like, I think the only thing that you can see that something was there was the top, what's left of one of the older the solid buildings. That, like, the top of it's still, like, poking out from, I think, a couple, like, multiple feet of mud and everything. But yeah, the big thing is that they're okay, and
Sure, for sure.
because like that storm was nuts.
Yeah, I've been hearing all about it. Glad you all are safe and doing well over there. Okay, well, at least you, Shax. I still haven't heard anything from Dane here. From Remy.
Well, I actually have a house again.
Hey!
It's been a long time coming, and well, look, the guy's actually here right now doing the end of his bit before handing it off to the company again to try and get someone in to fully fix the house. But it's almost over.
That's good to hear. I'm so glad to hear that.
Thank you.
And how about you, Ryan? How's your study?
I'm almost done with it. I got one more assignment I gotta do, which I'm gonna be doing after this after this session.
Nice. One more assignment. Done with school. Congratulations. Wonderful. Fantastic.
Yeah, I still have a bad habit of procrastinating, but it just shouldn't take me too long. I should be able to get this done in time.
Very good. Very good. Good news all around.
On other sides, I'm pretty sure I passed the class since this is the end of my this is the end of my class. I'm going to a new class next month.
Nice. Glad to hear you passed it. No, you were definitely working hard on it.
Oh, definitely.
And how about you, Aaron? How are you faring this day?
Nah, same old, same old.
Nothing new.
Not too much. Not really.
Well, nothing new can usually be a good thing. Especially when you don't have someone crashing into your docks or giving you a headache over like how they want to run their boats.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, for my part, nothing new really. I'm still working hard. No one's abandoned me yet at my workplace, so well, I guess I say that, but now I just recall that technically someone did, but to be honest, it wasn't really much of a loss anyway. Our footwear lead decided to put their 2 weeks in and then do the whole, like, yeah, I'm putting in my 2 weeks, so my last day should be this day, and then proceeds to no call, no show the couple days after. But in all honesty, like I said, it wasn't that big of a loss because, well, he was supposed to be our footwear lead, but he was more or less, how do I say, he preferred to be anywhere else than his department.
Yeesh.
And so a lot of the work over there was falling woefully behind, and I could no longer count on him, so it wasn't surprising, and honestly, it's like no big loss, but it's still a bit annoying, because now they're going to have to reorganize and move a few things around, because I don't know if I mentioned it before, but in a couple weeks, our store is doing inventory, and he was supposed to be on a team for the inventory.
Oh boy, that's always, especially when they're like, yeah, no, I'm not going to be here for inventory.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'll be there for inventory, but fortunately due to my unique positioning, and, well, let's just say my carefully curated positioning, as I've been very careful and very considerate about my movements in this company, I won't be on the away team, which, on one hand, like, I could have used maybe the extra cash or the traveling time, but this also means that I'm not going to have a very intrusive week, because instead of being like everyone else who's going and having like 4 shifts in a row where they're doing 7 p.m. to like 4 a.m., I'm only doing that once.
Ah.
Which, I mean, you know me, I'm usually up at like 4 or 5 a.m. already, so like that kind of shift is kind of opposite of mine. It's, like, I'm able to do it, but it's not always the greatest. But as a result, because of that, I'm the guy leaving. My boss did actually ask me if I could work some extra hours, which I agreed to, but unfortunately one of those that was required is I have to do work on the 6th, which is next Sunday. And unfortunately it will impact our sessions, as I'll probably have to skip that. Because I'll essentially be having to work for most of the time that we'd be doing our sessions, so you all can do something if you want next week on the 6th, but unfortunately I will not be able to attend.
Ah.
That's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
And as I say, it's inventory, it only happens once a year, so... But I'll be able to come back better than ever on the 13th.
That's good to hear.
Yes. But I just want to give you all that heads up that on the 6th I will not be able to do a session. Feel free to definitely do something for yourself, and I saw Justin say that he's developing a one-shot, so maybe he might be able to do something on the 6th. Who knows? Probably not. We
shall see.
Indeed. aside from that, I got myself an appointment to go check out a car I've been having my eye on Tuesday. That's been a whole
Ooh.
headache.
Car.
Ooh. Okay.
I think I told you all about how my previous like dinky car like was basically needing to be gotten rid of, and so I was car hunting.
No, you actually haven't told me that.
No, I thought I
At least me.
No, you may have been gone that session, perhaps. Yeah, like basically a month ago, I had a dinky 2006 Sentra that I got for $600 from a guy, and I tried to take it in to get inspected because I had to get it re-tagged, and they're all like, "Yeah, it's gonna cost you $4,000 to get this thing up to code."
Oh.
$4,000. God.
Yeah, so I was like, you know, I could do $4,000 on a down payment for a new car that won't give me issues for like a decade or two. So I got rid of that car, sold it off to a scrap pile for like, honestly, it was a freaking bargain. Like he gave me $350 for it, and I was like, man, like with how much is wrong with this, I'm honestly like surprised I got half of what I originally paid for it.
Jeez.
And we've been borrowing my wife's parents, one of my wife's parents' extra cars to like handle our business needs for the time being. But I've been spending the last month essentially car hunting around. We narrowed it down to a specific model and vehicle we want, but the problem is finding the right one, like dealership that actually has it at the right mileage with all the features that we're looking for and everything else, and of course at an affordable price. And we managed to find a couple. Most of them didn't quite pan out. Like one, the dealership, like literally, like as we were looking at it and everything else, like it had a few things like that were kind of like odd to us. Like for one, despite the fact that it didn't seem possible, the driver's seatbelt was backwards.
Wait, what?
I'm pretty sure what happened was someone had installed, like, had put in a new seatbelt, but installed it backwards.
More than likely. But so that was a little concerning to us. But then, like, as we were looking more into that car, like it was like surface clean. But as soon as I started looking into some of the cracks, like I looked underneath the back seats, and there were like chicken nuggets, fries, some
I do it.
blocks, carabiners.
Yeah, I do. Like, I'm like this. With if someone's selling a car, if you're someone's selling a car, they before I buy it, they have to get it professionally cleaned.
Yeah. And this was like an actual professional dealership. Like they were literally next to like a Subaru place where
it was probably a trade-in. I'm guessing it was a trade-in, and they didn't do like whoever was in charge of cleaning it didn't do their job right.
No, definitely not. When I asked them about it, I was like, "Is that something?" They're like, "Oh, well, yeah. I mean, if you want it today, then you'll have to come back later, or we'll get it cleaned up for you." And I was like, "Yeah, I've kind of heard enough." Especially when like I was asked, like when we were like, "We'll think about it," and they're like, "Let me get my sales manager." And the sales manager, because sometimes they do that to get you a bargain, right?
Mm-hmm.
The sales manager came out there. I was like, "Oh, so yeah, da-da-da-da." I was like, well, we're kind of getting close to closing up anyway, so we'll go ahead and close up right here. You all have yourself a good day. Hopefully, you come back and consider the car later.
Yeah.
And I was like,
that car probably came in that day, and the guy who was trying to sell it to you was trying to get a quick commission.
Nah, it did not come in that day, and as of now, it still hasn't sold.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Then I'm wondering if they might be using it as the car be like, oh, well, if you don't like, well, this one, then we have this one, which is more expensive.
Quite possibly. It's honestly hard to say, but in any case, like, my wife and I were all like, yeah, we're not gonna conduct our business over here. That whole thing was just kind of... The vibe was very much off there.
Yeah, like, I can't really do, like, I could never work at a freaking car dealership like that. I just...
Yeah, it's rough. But we did find, like, a couple models, like this is the part where it's kind of frustrating, where this whole thing comes in. We found the kind of exact car we're looking for, and we wanted to go in and take a look at it, but like the problem is it's kind of being traded between two of the same dealership, like company, I guess, but two different actual locations. It's a loaner car, and so as soon as like it comes back, it gets loaned out because I guess they do like repairs on other cars, and when someone needs a car, they loan this particular vehicle out to. Which on one hand, that could be promising, and could not. We'll have to actually physically see it, but like the main difficulty part was, as I kept trying to call both locations to try and like confirm, it's like, hey, is this actually at your lot? Like, I need information here. I would always be like, oh yeah, let me go and check out, get that information for you. I'll call you back in 5 minutes. And then like I had that happen like 3 or 4 times before I was just like, I am this close to not dealing with this dealership anymore because they are ghosting me hardcore.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, and then nothing.
But we finally managed to get hold of someone, and we managed to keep them on the line long enough to actually secure an appointment. So, come Tuesday, we're going to take a look at this car, and fingers crossed, like, it's what we're looking for. It's only like $17,000 or something, so like, if it works out, like, it will be what we need, and what we've been looking for. It just has to work out that way. So, that's kind of been my last month, and to kind of update you guys that may have not heard. Fun times at car shopping.
Always is.
Yeah. More positive news, I went yesterday to our local fall festival, so that was fun.
Yay.
Yeah. Not same old. Got myself some Kex root beer and got myself a little fidget thingy. A 3D printed one.
Very nice.
You all could probably hear it.
Nope.
Oh, wow, my mic is really good. Yeah, I started messing with it now, and like I was just like, oh, maybe you can hear it while my voice is talking. Probably not.
Nope.
Nope.
Well, it's a slidey thing, and so essentially, you know, the 3D, with the way 3D things are printed, it's got those ridges and whatnot. So as it slides through the weird thing, it, you know, it has that like. I'll send a picture. Imagine you probably may have seen it, because like this thing is definitely. I've seen it online a few times, a few videos about it. I just find it kind of neat.
I just think it's neat.
And then last night, I went to the drive-in movie theater with some friends, as they had a special, like, kind of spooky event going on, where you go in for a couple hours before sunset, and they have a bunch of, like, stalls that have, like, art, like, horror things, decorations, you know, just a bunch of, like, odds and ends trinkets from local shops that kind of set up there. And then one of them is a double feature of 2 old movies. One of them was called The Craft, and then the other was The Faculty.
Nice.
Yeah, and they were quite enjoyable. I mean, in case you don't know, like, The Craft is like a witchy kind of movie where, like, these teenage girls have, you know, the normal high school drama, except one of them is actually like a witch, like blood-born witch. And she kind of grants her powers unknowingly to 3 others, and then, you know, chaos ensues. As for The Faculty, you all know the Invasion of the Body Snatchers?
Yeah.
Essentially, it's kind of like that movie, except, like, it's basically parasites that just take over the faculty of a school, and then they start to take over an entire town, and these couple kids that figure it out just in time work together. And it has a bit of an interesting, like, it has an odd twist to it, where essentially water is bad and drugs are good. It was entertaining. A little on the graphic side, like, you know, just kind of 80s or something like gore, but aside from that, it was enjoyable.
Interesting.
Anyway, here's a couple pictures of what I'm talking about. With that fidget thingy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I figure some of you might have probably seen it before. It just kind of slides into place, or you can like flip it upside down, and it's kind of just, you know, you set it down, and gravity takes its course as it just kind of spins into place. I just found it neat, and it was like $5, so I was like, yeah, why not? Bet Justin can make it with his 3D printer. But anyway, that was my weekend. And now you all are up to date with my life. Congratulations. You all get a gold star.
Yay!
That's going in the vault.
I didn't skip over or miss anyone, did I? Any of you else had anything you wanted to mention to talk? I know you all were talking about your space marines.
Marines.
Yeah, no, I just I finally managed to get the game and actually play it.
Nice.
So, yeah, it was just chatting about that.
It definitely looks like a fun game.
It is so far.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Man, that one picture I took makes this thing look really orange, but it's gold, I swear. Anyway, I suppose I should stop my jaw flapping. You all have come here this week, as every week, for D&D. Unless, of course, that's not why you all came here.
I think we're here for the D&Ds.
Nah,
Is
I
that
came
where
here
you
for
guys are
your
here?
pretty voice, pretty boy.
Oh, you're too sweet. Roll for initiative.
I just
Oh no.
I was just bored one day and I was told to come by. I don't know why I'm here. I'm scared.
Like I need an adult. I am an adult.
I need an adultier adult.
I am an adult.
You're not the adult that I want.
Stranger danger. Stranger danger.
Well, if you all are ready then, without further ado, we shall delve back into Dundras. After all, you all have a lot of decisions to make and a path to set.
I don't wanna.
Last time, on the adventures in Dundras. When last we left our intrepid band of heroes, Talos, the Dragonborn Paladin, Dane, the Dwarven Paladin, Milo, the Bardic Huffling Rogue, and Soren Moonbeam, the Druidic Javine Cleric, have finished up their tasks and saved the city of Blackheart's Haven. With Varis and their new automaton steward, TR4N5-L8, in tow, the party made their final preparations for their journey back to Starfall Citadel and began to make their way down the road back to home. As they were traveling out of the woods that surrounded Blackheart's Haven, they caught sight of a curious cave, and just as they were about to investigate it, they heard the beating of a drum, and the ground began to shake as a war band of 30 orcs charged at the party. A bloody battle ensued as the party fought this violent, craving orcs. Until eventually all grew silent as the party stood there victorious. They then proceeded to check out the cave and looted some gold and a few other small things before going on their way, spending a few nights within the woods as well as on the outskirts. But as the party continued to travel, the rest of the journey seemed uneventful, except for that when Varis opened up to the party and explained to them his reasonings as to why he was searching and hunting down Maldraxxus so furiously. The party learned from him that when he was but a young lad, on a journey he was making, he got lost, and a shadowy figure seemed to somehow take his soul in exchange for some magnificent power. And so, Varis ever since has been working to try and accomplish something truly great in order to earn a chance to win his soul back. Which is why he has been hunting down Maldraxxus, and apologized to the party for not being clear or more open about it before. The party was understanding, as they told Varis they would try to help him to the best of their ability to help him accomplish his quest and get his soul back. And so as the party steeled themselves and made ready to continue their search and investigation to Maldraxxus and how to put an end to him, they came across the remains of a green dragon that Milo had slew on their initial trip up to Blackheart's Haven. Much of it was gone, seemed as if scavengers had pieced and picked away a lot of its body, but there was still enough left that the party had Varis do a sending back to the captain of the guard of Starfall Citadel in order to instruct them to send a contingent of troops over to retrieve the dragon's body and return it to Starfall, so that their resources might be used there. Before long, after a few more hours of journeying, the party made it back to Starfall Citadel and proceeded to get comfortable. From there, they were reunited with Dallen and Namfoodle, who had both made their way to Starfall. After the dinner, the party went to show Dallen the room that Thragon when Thragon was still a part of Dallen's being, had requested for himself. But as they made their way over to the area that it should have been in, the party was unable to find the hidden door that led within. As they kept searching about, they realized that perhaps they must have been just too tired and decided that they would sleep it off for the night. And so the party went to bed, slightly concerned about the disappearance of the door, but happy to be reunited with their friends. As they slept for the night, unsure of what was to come in the future, the party had thoughts in their mind on how they would proceed as they began to formulate plans in their minds. That is where we return to our heroes as we return to Dundras.
Dun dun dun.
The sun begins to shine through the windows of your dormitories, each of your own private rooms, being a very comfortable abode. Everything that you could ever need and ask for is within these walls. As each of you wake up and proceed to get ready for the day, brushing some of your hair, kicking out some wrinkles within some of your clothes, perhaps. Getting some nice, dirt crumpled up all into your fur. Polishing up your scales. Whatever it is that you do in the morning, you do indeed accomplish these. As you all proceed to make your way out of your rooms and down into your dining hall to enjoy yourselves a nice breakfast. You're presented with a fine feast, a combination of different things such as eggs, bacon, pancakes, some pork, porridge. Anything your heart desires is essentially presented to you as you feel comfortable and happy as you are home. You'll look about and you do see, Talos is there, Dane is there, Milo's there, Soren. You see Varis has taken a spot, looking about as healthy as he did the day before. As well as, of course, Dallen was there, and Namfoodle was there as well. Though you don't see Fradnir or the captain of the guard, and you assume they're probably out and about doing their own business. And nor do you see Greyhound either.
Oh, never mind. That was going to answer my question.
Sorry. Yeah. This early in the morning, for those that know Greyhound, you can assume that he might be at his academy or university. His building to train in the future adventures. You assume he might be there, doing his own thing. And of course, you could probably assume that Princess is out in the moat or in her little pond, kind of getting cozy.
Wrong. He's having his students feed Princess.
Very well. Now, out in the moat outside, anyone that is nearby can hear the sound of chomps as you hear the cackle of a little kobold just eagerly pushing his students to feed Princess. As the day is yours.
Morning, all.
Hey, morning, Dallas. Milo, Sodom.
Howdy.
Hello. You guys don't mind? I'm gonna go check, see if I can find that room.
All right.
As Soren's popping a good berry into his mouth.
Delicious, juicy
Good.
berry, and you feel full for the rest of the day.
That's for me. I think I'm going to sit down for some of this. I start eyeing some of the eggs and bacon.
Yes, quite. I must say, it has been quite some time since I've had a good hearty meal. You never know quite how much you miss a nice, good place to stay until you've been gone for a couple weeks.
Hey, ain't that the truth? I think I'll partake in some of these lovely bacon and eggs as well.
It is indeed a delicious breakfast. Lots of proper seasoning, some fresh maple syrup, and there's anything and everything you could desire. All too soon, you find yourself full, and food is gone. As Varis kind of gets up and kind of stretches a little bit and looks about at you all. Well, I'm going to attend to the library. I'm going to show new steward, TR4N5-L8, the library and see what it can do to maybe help organize and spruce it up a little more. Meanwhile, I'm going to go over these notes that we got from both, well, your reports, as well as, of course, from Kesk, to see if I can't figure something else out about Maldraxxus. After all, I do find quite curious that one letter you found about a recruitment going on south of Duskwood. And, well, depending on what I find, I have a plan I'm formulating on perhaps some way that you all can proceed in that regard.
Any way that might be able to help track him down would be would definitely be of great use.
Aye, definitely.
Absolutely. Come check back in with me later, and I'll tell you what I found. As he kind of gives a slight bow and dismisses himself. Well, I'm gonna get back to my workshop because there's a lot of things that I need to do. So, you all don't need me, right? I'm kind of busy here. But I mean, if you do need me, I suppose I could pull myself away from my work.
Yeah, fuck off, Namfoodle. We don't need you.
Yeah, as he kind of waves his hand at you and makes his way out to his workshop.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out with Soren, try to figure out where that where my other half has been keeping the room.
Would definitely be something that you would be interested in looking for. I was expecting for you to go and look for it.
Yeah.
The door kind of cracks open as you recognize kind of an elderly face poking his head in. Hang on. Let me get his name again. You see Gelligol Sharon-Dallen, the one of the caretakers of the Citadel. The high elf kind of caretaker. Kind of peeks his eyes in. Have you all finished your breakfast? I wanted to ensure that I didn't disturb you.
Yeah, I think we're all done.
Ah, very good. I have received some correspondence for you that I believe you may be interested in reading. I have
Read
one.
us some lessons from.
I
Oh,
have
sorry.
one here that is addressed to Comet's Company. One here that seems to be addressed to a Mr. Dane Blackspire. And I do also appear to have one written to High Hill.
Okay.
As it
Oh,
kind
dang, that might be from your clan.
As he proceeds to kind of go over to each of you and hand you your letter. Boop. There's one for Milo. And then here comes one for Dane. This one's a little long, so give me a second.
It's all good.
You'll find those in your Discord, of course.
That's very nice.
Doop.
Do 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 do.
Madam.
Boop. And oops. Okay, sorry. Still getting yours here, Dane. Boop. There we go. And one more. And then you want me to put the one for Commons Company in your Town Hall tab, or in general? Probably.
Yeah, in Town Hall.
Yeah, it'd probably be easier to do that.
All right, there you go, Dane.
Thank you all. I'll be back for just 1 second.
And here is the letter for Comets Company. Boop. And Town Hall. As you all have been writing lots of letters and been asking for letters.
Tim, with my letter, can I roll a perception check?
Certainly. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
This quote unquote missing item or borrowed item.
If there's anything else you need at all, sirs, just be sure to ring one of the bells or give us a holler. We'll, of course, will assist you with whatever you need.
Actually, since you are here, did you happen to get another letter for me from someone named Lure by chance?
I'm afraid I quite haven't just yet, but I'll be keeping my eye out.
Very well.
And he kind of gives a slight bow and makes his way out of the room. And obviously, if none of you wants to read any of your letters out loud, you don't have to. The choice is yours. But the letters, as you all receive them, Danger's clearly has like the emblem of Blackspire emblazoned upon it. Milo's letter seems to be rather plain and unordinary, whereas the one that was addressed to Comet's company has the sigil from the Circle of Sands.
Talos is like reading over that one, the one from the circle, like just like his eyes are kind of like reading it down. Face getting a little like a bit of a dark and concerned look on it for a little bit as well, like for a little furrowed brow. I was afraid of this.
Meanwhile, Soren, as you kind of make your way through the halls with the Dallen, what are you two conversing about?
Do I have to use both voices? Do I have to talk to myself?
You've made
Yeah.
this bed.
Oh, fuck. What would they talk about?
Well,
I can just see Dallen being like, "Hey, so you like firearms?"
Do you like things that go boom?
Soren did mention something about the hidden room of Thragon, so you can start there.
So, Soren. Oh, back it up. Okay. So, Soren. Why? Where was this room exactly? Well, I'm putting myself in corners because I don't know how to respond to that.
Well, you recall that it was kind of in a more secluded part of the back end of the Citadel. It was
Yeah.
kind of in a very
can I-
secluded place.
Can I do investigation checks for both of them? So, or do you want me to do perception checks?
Yeah,
For them to
if
look for it.
If you're looking for like the hidden door, it would be an investigation.
Gotcha. This is gonna be while they're talking.
Yeah, that makes sense for Dallen because he's got no clue what is happening here. Oh no, poor Soren.
Ah, dang it. Alright. It appears I've lost where it is. So, what's your name again? It's Dallen. I mean, they introduced us before. Yeah, but, people scare me. I was kinda... You're new. You look like you're scaly. It's scary. I'm gonna try not take that as an insult. You can take it however you want. Honestly. Huh. Okay. Where is everybody? They didn't follow us. Huh.
And as you proceed to kind of look around, and just the awkwardness of the moment as you both are just kind of like staring at each other, one just like really tall, one really small, just kind of poking about the wall, just kind of just like poke, awkward. You obviously have no luck in finding this doorway. Like, you're just finding walls, you find one of the hidden passageways that like exist around. Like, as you look at there, you're like, wait, oh, never mind. This just goes everywhere else.
I get to do another check. I'll take that as a no.
Nah, because I'll say that you spent some, like, this is from you spending a decent amount of time, gets kind of checking around and looking, like, you almost get the feeling that either it didn't exist in the first place, or there is something that is intentionally made it more difficult to find this room. Especially for Soren, because he spent so much time working on it that, like, he definitely feels like he should have some sort of, like, handle on where this room is. But, like, for the life of him, he just cannot find it, and that either means that, like, he comes to the conclusion that clearly something is acting against him right now.
I was certain this was here before. Maybe someone did a spell or something. Did something to make it so it's not here anymore. Which, hearing that, Dallen's gonna try and use his senses to try and see what's going on.
I'm just gonna, like, roll
Can I
an
do-
Arcana, or...
Yeah, Arcana.
Sure.
13.
I'll say with a 13, as you continue to kind of look around, like, you do feel like some magic around you. Like, as you kind of look about, you do see some, like, you do feel essences of magic within the walls themselves, and you do notice that there's like kind of a few hot spots here and there of what almost feel like some stronger essences of magic, but you're not able to kind of, like, single out anything in particular.
Would I be able to... Oh, you said that. I wouldn't be able to suss out what it is. Never mind.
Yeah, that requires a very specific spell.
Let me see if Dallen has that.
Since you're just kind of feeling it out with your natural arcana sense, that is kind of what you get.
Gotcha. That's understandable. It does feel like there's spells around. It could be that someone casts a spell to make it so we can't see it, but that'd be illusion magic. That unless this room's moving around in the building, but you have to have a lot of power to do that.
You start to hear some quiet footsteps in the hall.
Dallen gleefully, like, "Hey, who's over there?"
Oh, Master Dallen, I've been looking for you. It's good to see you once again.
As coming around the corner, you see Piran Tearleaf.
Perrin, thank the winds are here. Would you be willing to help us look for a hidden room?
A hidden room, you say? I mean, I don't know how much help I'll be, but I can sure give it a try. And
Please do.
who's this small one with you?
Oh, this is Soren Moonberry, of the Moonberry Brewing Company, I believe. Yeah. Hello. As Soren's shaky, very violently shaking hand reaches out to shake your hand. I'm Soren.
Soren, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have been required by Port LaMontagne to be Dallen's personal servant for the time being, as part of my parole.
Hold on. I'm gonna do an insight check on that.
Do a deception check, Milo. Oh!
Milo is going to, Perrin is going to give Soren a look of, you say anything, I will fucking kill you.
Oh, don't worry. Soren doesn't intend to say shit.
But Soren,
okay.
Yeah, as you look at this Piran Tearleaf, you're like, wait, this is Milo.
Soren just quickly writes something. You owe me. Okay. How's that been?
And as you kind of as you get that interaction from him, and as Soren kind of asks you that, Milo, you kind of poke around, just kind of feeling the walls and everything else. And you actually also don't find anything. It's kind of similar to yesterday when you were poking about. You feel a lot of wall. You kind of go up and down a few different corridors. You are also not finding this room, and it's perplexing to you.
I'm sorry, Master Dallen, but I can't seem to find this room for you.
Oh, thanks, Perrin. I guess we're not gonna be able to find this thing. That's kind of disappointing. I mean, it does feel like there's magic around. Although, I don't know how we would really tell from that. Do you have anything, Perrin? I might be able to detect what magic is around here.
Master Dallen, with all due respect, I'm not quite one that's familiar with magic.
Yeah, wouldn't hurt to ask. I can do something for the magic, but I don't know how important these spells around here are. If they're for protection, I could dispel the magic. I hate that I have to use both of them.
That's alright. I can switch to one of them if you want me to.
Yeah, can you do Soren?
I can certainly try. So, as Soren just kind of nervously just kind of looks about, it's like, So, do you feel a particular area that is strongest that I could try dispelling?
Dallen's gonna try and do another Arcana check to see what the biggest area is. 16.
Is that the same as last time?
No,
it's a little
that's
stronger.
tricky.
Because he got 13 last time. As you kind of start to feel around a little bit, you're getting some of the same sense and everything else. But I will say with a 16, you do actually come across a wall where you feel that there's something there. You can't discern exactly what.
Hey, Soren, why don't you use Dispel Magic right here?
Okay then. Stand back. As he watches, he kind of reaches in and grabs some of his mud and flings it at the wall. Yeah! And he watches it splatters against the wall and kind of sparkles for a second. And let's see.
I don't quite see how throwing mud at a wall will do anything.
What is the roll? Because I'll have him use Dispel Magic at 6th level.
Does he have Dispel Magic? Oh, you don't have.
Yes, he does.
You don't have your spell list updated in roll 20.
Yeah, I've been meaning to do that. I've just been school and everything. I probably gonna have some time this week. I'll try and do it then. I apologize.
Yeah, it's all good.
But he's gonna do Dispel Magic at 6th level.
Ooh.
In case it's anything harder than 6, I guess.
Good to know, good to know. Let me double check my notes here. There we go.
I really hope we're not dispelling something that's important for the building.
So the
Other than-
building starts to fall apart. Like, what
Well-
did you do?
I'll
Fine.
just grab Soren and be like, "The sky! I told you the sky is falling!"
Oh no.
Thorin just dies from the amount of anxiety you induce on him.
That's the spell. Alright, let me double check my notes on here then, just to make sure. Alright. You watch as essentially as he kind of splatters against the wall and you see some sparklings. You watch as the wall itself, like about a good 30 feet of it begins to warble and then kind of almost dissipates, and you see what looks to be a normal wall there, except you see that there is a banner flowing there now, one of the Comets Company's banners, as well as what looks to be a wine stain of some kind on the wall.
Oh, great heavens. I'll be sure to take care of this, Master Dallen, for you.
So we literally just dispelled a cover-up. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, I see that there was something here at least, but I don't know why they would cover up that banner. You think that was intentional?
I think someone was trying to hide the wine stain.
Why would they not just clean it up, though?
I would assume because they were worried about their position here getting compromised, or more so fired.
Well, I guess that's it. We're not gonna be able to find it.
I don't like this. I got bad feelings from that room when I was in there.
Hey, I don't like it any more than you do. Thragon is a boogeyman where I come from.
Dragon? Who's that?
Well, this room was made. Was I should say I had multiple personalities for a bit. We met a hag. She took him out of me. And one of them claimed he was a black dragon who from my clan's past who tried to become a dragon lich. He's
Let's see if
My
something
clan-
else with Soren here. Sorry. Let me interrupt. Gonna have him roll history, see if he knows what a Dracolich is. That might kind of involve his religion a little bit.
Well, his religion really hates necromancers,
Yes.
so he might know what a Dracolich is.
With a 16, he doesn't know much, as obviously the nature of liches itself is also still very. But he has he'll have an understanding of what that could be. He starts to shake very violently. Dracolich.
What is this, like a
Yes.
Scooby-Doo episode now?
Zoinks.
Thragon just comes in. Yeah, I would have gotten away if it wasn't for you meddling fucks.
That
Yeah,
that sounds horrible.
yeah. It's he asked for this room to be made, apparently. So, I would like to know where it is, but looks like we're not gonna be able to find it with the resources we have at our disposal at the moment.
I wonder if that Varis you brought would be able to help you in this.
Yeah, he seems really smart. Perhaps he might be able to, perhaps find it out.
Where?
I believe he said that he was going towards the library, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I guess that's where I shall go then.
Yes, that is where we must head. And Soren just kind of hops up onto your shoulder, Dallen.
Oh, well, okay. Alright, let's go.
If there's anything further, or is there anything more you need from me, Master Dallen?
Have you been eating well?
The food here has been okay. It hasn't been great, but
Hey, Soren, you got any more of those, good berries?
Do I? As he pops one out of his pouch.
Can I have it?
I suppose, as he hands it over to you.
Here you go, as he tosses it over to you.
oh, thank you greatly, Master Dallen.
Sensubine. Sorry.
Alright. Take care of yourself, man.
Very well. I will tend to this, the flag of yours.
Is
As
Milo
parent.
actually gonna be fixing it? Gonna be cleaning it?
Perrin will, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm
As
saying
parent.
it out of character.
No, Miles saying give it to someone else to take care of it. You think he's gonna take care of that himself? Come on.
Alright. Alright, see ya, Perrin. I'm, head off.
As Perrin Tea Leaf will make his way out and around a corner just to get out of eyesight.
Easily done.
An odd one that he is. He likes to walk out of eyesight a lot.
Yes, I was noticing how he just kind of pops in and out of nowhere. Seems like he
Alright.
could be a good friend, though.
Well,
As Soren
I
just kinda
didn't know
eyeballs
him very
back
well.
to the corner.
Perrin sees Milo just head sticking out from the corner.
Squinty eyes.
Give me a second, I'm getting a phone call.
Go for it. Meanwhile, Talos and Dane, as you kind of finish reading up your letters, you notice as Milo just randomly disappeared.
That's the mother. And he's gone. Must have wanted to read his letter in private.
Hey. Talos, is that the company letter that you're reading, or is that the your personal one?
No, this is for the company. I was just taking a close look at it. It's from the Circle of the Sands, and they're cool.
What are they? Hey, how are they doing? What are they been up to?
Well, the city has been. They've been doing all right, but they've been dealing with some the support remnants of supporters of Thanatos attempting to cause mischief. But they've also But the main part here is that they've located his hidey hole. Since remember they banished him to that trap in the desert.
Hey, I remember.
Well,
Sort
turns
of
out,
middle of
look,
nowhere.
it looks like he did that the trap didn't hold, and he's holed up in somewhere. And they currently have it where most of his minions and him can't get out, but they can't really send any people in. Any of the people they've sent in to deal with him has so far failed, and they're requesting for us to come to finish him off. as it were. They said they can hold them off for a decent amount of time and keep them in, but they said if it gets dire, they'll through magical means to contact us. But I was hoping we never hear from him again.
Or at least not this soon.
It sounds like they have him mostly, at least contained for now. But they definitely are requesting us to come and assist them. And putting a final end.
It's definitely something we need to do at some point.
Especially with their connection especially if that possible connection they had between the Maldraxxus, between him and his son.
Definitely. We don't want him regaining connection to Maldraxxus and have him send the force over to assist him.
Agreed.
We should probably go find Milo, Dallen, and Solid. Yeah, Milo, Darren. The others.
Soren.
It's early. Leave me alone.
Very well. After that, we might be able to, we'll get everyone together and see if we can make a plan of action on what to do first.
Aye, definitely.
Alright. And so as you two kind of leave, you kind of make your way out, and as you're kind of roaming around, a few of the servants point out a general direction, and before long, you all find yourself meet up together outside the library doors, as you all kind of, Talos and Dane and Soren and Dallen meet up there, and then within, a moment, Milo kind of pops out from around another corner.
Oh, hi guys.
How long have you been over there?
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
How dare you use that against me? My favorite move. I would like to know why you call me Weather Boy.
Well, that's too damn bad.
Oh, all right. Can't argue against that. Dallen's gonna open up the library door. God, these we need some WD-40 for these doors.
Huh?
What?
What's WD-40?
It's something the artificers at my clan used to use.
It's like just to give me okay, weird, but.
As you all look inside, you can see that the library has been filled with a lot more books since last year were in here. You can currently see one of the librarians slowly making her way around. You also see, moving about a little quicker, the automaton, steward, kind of going about and taking inventory of many of the different books, as Varis kind of sitting there, with as usual, bunch of books around him. Not really looking at his books, though, just kind of curiously watching as the automaton goes about his work.
Varis, you doing alright? You're not actually reading books right now, like you normally are.
Oh, hello there. Yes, sorry. I got a little bit done, but I became absolutely entranced by just watching this thing work. It's just... I'm not used to seeing, I don't know, non-living? Metal? Honestly, I'm not quite sure what it is. I mean, it's an automaton, but it's not quite like the Warforged. Anyway. Yes, I assume you all came here to, learn about my investigation and what insights I've come across, yes?
Yes, and to update you on current activities. I hold up the letter,
Get it real quick. I see. So they're needing your aid back in Inner Dracul again. Well, it seems as if
But-
your work is never done.
Yes, though they are confident that they can hold him off if we can't immediately get there, but obviously it's something that of concern, especially with a bit of our suspicions on who he was allied with.
Most certainly. After all, I mean, for what you told me, it seemed as if it was more his son that was involved than the father. But nevertheless, his father is certainly a force to be reckoned with. You certainly had your work cut out for you.
Even in a humanoid form, he is, after all, a chromatic. Like, it comes out like as more. You can clearly hear a bit of scorn in his voice.
Alan kind of glares at him. What's wrong? Chromatic. Talos.
Not of you. It's more of the It's more of the dragons than anything else. The servants of Tiamat. There's a lot of bad blood between the metallic, of those of the metallics, especially of any that of the dragonborn race.
Aren't you guys both dragons?
Dragonborn.
Same, right?
Mm,
Not quite.
Not-
There was a bit of a divergence ages past in which essentially, well, I mean, you know about sorcerers, yes? Sorcerers
About
are...
sorcerers?
Yes, there's a certain branch of sorcerers that do have a draconic blood within their veins, which allow them to naturally cast magic. Others, they
Soren,
tend to be more
uh,
more chaotically magically enhanced, but yes.
Milo
Dallen,
just looked at Dallen.
yeah, Dallen just like walks behind him and just starts pointing at the black lines in his scales as he's talking about sorcerers.
Yes. Essentially, much like Dallen here, he is more or less connected to a certain bloodline of dragons. There are stories in the past, I'm sure you've all probably heard the fairy tales, bards in particular certainly like to spread it, about how certain unique humanoid individuals have managed to, well, let's just say, procreate with dragons. Now, as incredible as that may seem, dragons have, in the past, been reported to be able to polymorph themselves into other forms, and through those polymorphs be able to, well, I won't go into further detail, but you can allow your imagination to run with that. Don't get any ideas as he looks at you, Milo.
What do you mean? What did I do?
The two paladins I can trust probably not to have any sort of ideas like that, and clearly, I mean, Dallen, he's already part of that would kind of, I don't know, be incestuous? He kind of cocks his head a little bit. Might have to look into that later. Anyway, you're the only one.
Now that you mentioned it, my smile kind of just stops and thinks for a minute.
Anyway, needless to say, like, the power of dragons is incredible, and as a result, in ages past, there was essentially two lines of being that passed when this procreation occurred. You obviously had some that took more of the humanoid side of the traits from such procreation, and that's how you get some sorcerers that are more humanoid, but will still have some scales poking through their skin. Which I won't let you have you guys roll a history check, because you've all actually fought a few of these in the past, and you'll easily remember seeing a few humans that had some like kind of red scales that poked through their skin.
Soren definitely won't work with this.
Yeah,
Although
probably
he
not.
can try.
Probably not Soren, but I mean he could try. I mean he has been part of some thieves guild, and you know the thieves guilds likes to like get some good old sorcerers and some from time to time to pack some extra firepower.
So Dallen and Soren get an 18.
Yes. So both of them are familiar with this. Obviously, the other side of the lineage comes in the form of dragonborns, where they take on more of their draconic traits from their looks and whatnot, but still maintaining the more humanoid shape. I won't go into much more of a history lesson, but essentially that's what we're looking at here. But clearly, from what you've described, Thragon is completely something different, as he seems to still be a dragon, but somewhat cursed or trapped in a more humanoid form. Now, hopefully your friends at the Circle of the Sands can indeed keep him at bay for the time being.
Don't you mean Thanatos?
Thanatos, yes. Thank you. Hopefully that they can keep Thanatos at bay for the time being, but obviously a being of that sort of stance, having been somewhat bested by you in the past, I imagine that being a dragon, either that would infuriate him or otherwise motivate him. Either way, I doubt that he'll be at the same strength when next you meet him.
He was quite strong when we faced him, though. There's a Talos kind of has like a little bit of a smile. Like, I don't think his shoulders will be feeling quite good.
And of course, it seems as if you all have grown in strength quite a bit as well since you may have last faced him. Imagine that it will be quite a fight on both ends. Now, in regards to Maldraxxus here, investigating what we got from Kess there, as well as of course what you have brought here, it is clear that Maldraxxus has to be located somewhere within the vicinity of this eastern side of the continent. That much is certain. But clearly we have two different areas to investigate here. We have the mysterious forest to the northeast that is very vast and broad, and I believe from what I've heard from some of the servants, Dallen, your brother Fradnir, has actually taken upon himself to start investigating the woods to the northeast in an attempt to try and help locate the lair of Maldraxxus.
I guess once I'm done with my business here, I'll head over there to help him out.
I imagine he could probably need it. After all, those forests are very large. It will take quite a few days to have a good thorough search for it. Now, the other is located south of Duskwood, as you brought me that letter from that necromancer you bested. But apparently they're bringing together some forces there. Now, by way of where they're located, either they're attempting to invade Duskwood proper itself, or they're seeking to perhaps move elsewhere. It's hard to say exactly, but a lot of the land south of Duskwood, a bit more swampy, a little more remote. After all, as we've seen from that one map that you brought, the Pirate Lord Blackwolf's fortress is located far south of Duskwood as well. And not to mention, southwest of Duskwood is Worm's Eye Lighthouse.
Sorry.
There's all sorts of different locations in the south that Maldraxxus could indeed be holding up as a temporary base or a permanent base of operations. But clearly the only way for us to be able to find that would be to either investigate in person or somehow get the information from some of his direct servants, no?
Sound like some of the best ways.
But clearly, as we've had reports that the servants of Maldraxxus have infiltrated and attacked you all here, as I believe you all remember back with Fygox.
Yes.
It is clear that the members know of you and are easily able to recognize you. And so this causes a bit of a problem, as no matter where you go, the moment you get close, if any of them spot you before you spot them, they'll be able to alert the rest of the forces and either form an attack against you, or perhaps they might even disperse and relocate entirely, preventing you from being able to access any information.
Which would not be good.
Bit of a conundrum there.
These coordinates that you provided, though, are one of the first solid locations of any sort of gathering of Maldraxxus' forces that we've ever received. We only ever hear rumors or seed movements. We never, according to many of the reports, we don't really get to... They've been moving themselves quite quietly and quite well, despite the fact that they've been so open and very verbose about their attacks and making a big commotion. The movements they still elude us. But if they are still at this location, I dare say it would certainly do you well to try and infiltrate and investigate from within.
Hey, that's probably going to be the best course of action.
Having to try to be not noticed or recognized will be the most difficult part.
Aye, we're not exactly the most inconspicuous lot.
Don't speak for yourselves.
Well, I know you. We know you can be.
I think out of all of us, you actually have the most expertise.
I mean, I don't know if they know me. I could also probably get in with Milo as well. And
Hey,
so it
that
kinda
could
pops
work
up.
as well.
That is true. You've only been traveling with us recently, so that is something.
Indeed, two of you certainly at least have the abilities to be able to infiltrate, though that of course would be quite dangerous, especially as the forces are quite strong and, well, it would be dangerous.
Well, what about Greyhound? Greyhound would be able to sneak in too, probably.
Maybe.
That's fine. I feel like you're gonna just say Greyhound is next god or something. Feels like that damn kobold can do anything.
You really don't like Greyhound,
he
do
might-
you?
Well, I think it's more likely that they might have heard of Greyhound, especially with his flyers for his school.
That is true.
You do have a point there, Talos. Not to mention, Greyhound was seen in dealings with Anarchikul, was he not? There's a high chance that perhaps servants of Maldraxxus may have caught wind of his activities there as well.
There's that as well.
Now, I do have a potential solution. It does require some magic, though. As Varis kind of takes out a scroll and unfurls it on the table. Now, you all should be able to use this. Perhaps Milo might be the best one too, as he might be able to... having the previous experience that he's had, he'd be able to essentially curate this to perhaps look the best. But have any of you all heard of the spell Seeming?
What would that be? Like a history check or?
Yeah, history or arcana.
Oh no, you tell me, Tim. Have I?
Oh, you definitely have, Milo. Ooh. Ooh, none of the rest of you have, but Dane, look at you. So, Dane, you haven't had personal experience with this, but you have heard of a very powerful illusion spell that can simply, like, make a group appear entirely different. You know that essentially, like, there have been certain, there have been stories from around Sturma of powerful, wizards, and using a particular spell to disguise an entire host of soldiers. Sometimes to make them look like civilians, to, sneak by enemy forces. You have also heard some stories of some individuals that attacked and assassinated rulers from different kingdoms that somehow seemed to almost be disguised in like a perfect way that they were undiscernible from other guests. So you are familiar with this like seeming spell as like essentially a very like decent way to disguise a group. Meanwhile, Milo, you have had personal experience with this as previous in your past life. You actually used this like obviously with Strigandir he didn't need it, so he allowed like essentially you and a few others to kind of use some similar scrolls like this. You know that this is essentially like you can change the appearance of any number of creatures that you can see within range. And you can give each target you choose a new illusionary appearance. That basically disguises physical appearance as well as clothing, armor, weapons, and equipment. And you can make them seem 1 foot shorter, 1 foot taller, thin, fat, in between. Like, you can't choose their body type, obviously. So you can't, like, make them suddenly, like, grow wings or have a tail or something like that.
Or be Goliath.
Yeah, or be a Goliath. Like, you could essentially, like, completely rearrange how they look. So you could technically, so long as, like, they're humanoid, like, say, Talos or Sor or Dallen here, you can make them look like humans instead of Dragonborns. Basically, the extent of the illusion is up to you, so long as it doesn't, like, obviously change the target's body type.
Basically minor illusion, but for a group of people rather than just a single person.
Yes, and it lasts for 8 hours. Unless you use an action, unless you dismiss it sooner. But it's not concentration, so you can cast other spells. Obviously, as you know personally, Milo, especially that check, as is with minor illusion, you know that they will fail to hold up to physical inspection, so obviously, if you use the spell to like add a hat to someone, anything like if that person were to walk underneath a limb and someone were to see the tree branch phase through the hat, then obviously they would perhaps suspect that there's an illusion going on. If you obviously make someone appear thinner or fatter than what they are, anyone that reaches out to touch would either bump into you while you are either like thinner, taller, whatever. Like essentially, if they try to touch you, then they come into contact with you sooner or later than expected. Then obviously that could happen. And anyone that does suspect, you know that they can essentially investigate and look closer. And if they surpass, obviously, the spell's DC, they become aware that the target is disguised. But the target is still not, like, it doesn't dispel them. They just are, they are aware that there's an illusion. And you know that this is a very, very, like, powerful illusion spell, just due to the fact that you're able to, like, anyone that's in range that you have that you can physically see, you can basically alter their appearance and do so individually. Like, they all don't look the same. You can choose individual, like, sets for each person. As Varis kind of holds this out, your brow kind of raises with that, Milo, as Varis kind of goes up. I can see that it looks like Dane and Milo are familiar with. I'll allow them to explain in time. But the point is, I was able to procure this from the Citadel's vaults here, as we do have a small curation of some scrolls that we're attempting to build up. That essentially, if you wanted to, you could use this in order to infiltrate more thoroughly and allow all of you to get in rather than just a few of you. Now, if you don't like that plan and you wish to do something else, absolutely feel free. It's just, from the resources available to me, this is what I surmise would be a most logical way of infiltrating and gathering more information. As he kind of looks up at you all expectantly.
It would definitely solve the issue of being recognised.
Mm.
We'll give it that.
Yes, and it does last for 8 hours, so when you are certain that you are getting within range, you can use this to prepare yourself early on. That way, any scouts that might spot you won't recognize you.
Mm.
Now, as for obviously how you disguise yourself, well, I imagine that you all would be able to work together, and you've seen a few of Maldraxxus forces already. I'm sure you'll be able to somehow come up with some sort of disguise that would work.
Hoods and cloaks. From like Chalice is like thinking back of like some of the ones that you remember, like lots of dark colors, lots of
You also,
A
without
few-
even needing to check, you do also have it burn into your memory the sigil of Maldraxxus's cult.
yeah.
Oh, actually, wait a second. As Milo kind of rummages through remorse for a second. You mean these?
Blech.
As Milo pulls out the cultist robes that he still has.
Yep. A few
Oh.
blood stains on a couple of them.
And saliva from Morse.
Ah. As Varis kind of like shudders a little bit, it's like, yes. That brought back a little bit of bad memories there. Yes.
Unless you didn't die from a banshee.
No, there is that. Though, as Talos and Dane do can recall, we did have quite a scrap with a good collection of them at that one church. As, you see a 1,000-mile stare kind of go into his eyes.
Varis, don't go back to the church.
He shakes his head a little bit. Yeah, one of my most, one of the bloodiest nights I've experienced yet.
But wait, there's more.
Oh? What more do you have?
No, I was... That was... Yeah.
Gotcha. And so, as you kind of have those laid out, like, do you remember how many you collected?
No, it's just one for Milo.
Ah, just the one.
That's all he had.
Gotcha. And so, as you kind of hold that one, it's like, well, that's a very good start to them. You could definitely use that to disguise yourself, especially as you'll be able to get good details looking at this. And I suppose if you got it cleaned up a little bit, one of you might be able to even wear that, which obviously might help with the illusion of it, as instead of obviously the rest of you will have to have something magically put on you, and that may not hold up to physical inspection. But one of you having one of those robes on, that certainly could help.
Soren is going to go over to them. Because I do remember there was like holes in them. He's gonna cast Mending on it.
Nice. And so you watch as Soren just kind of meticulously goes through and does a once-over on the entire robe, basically mending up the holes, dagger holes, and a couple slash marks.
Oh. Thanks?
Just trying to help. Don't like things that are broken.
Still may need to be cleaned before it's of use.
Yeah, probably also get it tailored to actually fit me rather than look like I'm wearing a extra large jacket or something.
Yeah, I would say that seems to be for someone a few more feet taller than you are.
Listen, I haven't gotten around to it, alright? I don't need the sass from you, Varis.
Hey, as he kind of puts his hand up.
Well, at least we got the beginnings. At least we can at least disguise ourselves both with magic and with, of course, the robes. But now, be finding them is the thing.
Fortunately, thanks to this letter you have, at least you have a good start. It does provide coordinates to a rendezvous. Perhaps if you go there disguised, you might be able to find them, or at the very least, be greeted and led to where they are.
And my sister and her team, which are currently investigating something on the other side, did go to the docks there. That I point out the map where, like, it's shown that he was there, and their initial showed that they didn't find anything that would stand out. But of course, who knows what they might actually be hiding in anything there that they might not have noticed. Obviously, with someone not wanting to be seen by obvious paladins and clerics.
And pray tell, what is your sister like? Is she looking for the forces of Maldraxxus in the western sector of Dundras?
Yes and no. I asked her to keep an eye and ears out for any information pertaining to Maldraxxus, but her primary mission is actually for a group of cultists that we have been that we have a bit of history with. And I go ahead and explain about
Baphomet.
kind of like this, yeah. And kind of pretty much. It's one of the reasons why I'm pretty much here, and the possibility of a demon avatar.
That certainly is dire.
My biggest worry.
Sorry.
My biggest worry is that this cult and Maldraxxus's cult might find some form of accord with each other.
Perhaps. That will certainly not bode well. I pray that your sister has some luck over there and remains safe. I will look into our resources here and attempt to learn more about Baphomet and the actions of the cult, especially provided the information you've given me. I should have an easier time to see if perhaps how likely connection is. After all, we cannot discount anything. And it's rather strange too, because you said that she's doing that in, investigating more the north-west quarter of Dundras, yes?
Correct.
Dallen, didn't you mention something from those whispering rocks that regarded something, or perhaps someone somewhere mentioned something about something happening to the northwest? It was the hag, wasn't it?
Yeah, wasn't that like your mother or something? If I'm not mistaken.
Are you muted, Ryan? Uh-oh, did we lose him?
Possibly?
I still see him on Discord.
Yeah, he's still there.
Maybe he stepped away for a second.
Might be.
We'll get back to that in a little bit then. As Varis will be like, I'll certainly investigate more into this matter to see how it might relate to Maldraxxus. I certainly have a lot of research and catching up to do.
Feeling that lots of what's been going on has been plans long laid and preparations, but
Did we lose you from Roll20, Shax?
one sec.
We're experiencing some technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Yeah, 1 sec. Yeah, it fully booted me out.
Wouldn't be Dundras if there wasn't technical difficulties.
Hopefully Ryan will be back before too long, and he'll let us know when he's back.
It should be popping up.
People talking about me?
There you are.
Oh.
I can all smack.
Varis had mentioned that, Dallen had mentioned to Varis that the hag talked about something happening northwest of their position. Something that related to Dallen's mother. And Varis was like, you said something about that, did you not?
Yeah, didn't take notes on this. I regret it now.
You fool!
Yeah, give me a second, I'm trying to remember.
Tisk, tisk. Didn't take notes.
I usually remember, but I have been having a lot going on, so there
Do
is
you guys
that.
take notes?
I mean, to be fair, you have been studying.
Yes. I've been cramming a lot of information into my head. Oh. Yeah, I was given a vision over at the hag's place showing my mother, but she wasn't a dragonborn anymore. She seemed human.
Which is most curious. I've been thinking about that, and the only thing I could even possibly imagine was that perhaps your mother was polymorphed. But even then, it doesn't make any sense, as I don't know what the benefit from turning from a dragonborn to just a human would be. But in any case, you mentioning that is happening northwest of Raven's Crest, and as well as the fact that Talos' sister is also conducting some investigations in the northwest quarter of Dundras. I cannot help but feel, especially as you two are dragonborn, and I hope I'm not making too far of a leap here, but having 2 dragonborns out of the 7 known anywhere around right now in Dundras and otherwise, having at least 2 of them have some weird connections in the same general area, I cannot help but feel that there's some connection.
It could also be as well that if she has been polymorphed or anything, she could be hiding.
You don't think she's hiding from Maldraxxus, do you?
That wouldn't really know to speculate on. Do you think your mother would have any dealings with Maldraxxus?
I
Well,
mean,
it could be that might have gotten information about you, since I'm quite sure that since they know about you and most likely your brother, that they would try to go after people that we care for.
maybe, but huh. I mean, she also was a pretty good artificer herself. Maybe Maldraxxus is looking for an artificer.
Maybe it might be worth checking with Namfoodle as well, seeing if he knows anything about supposed human artificer up by the capital.
Wouldn't hurt to try.
Also, keep
But,
in mind that there may not even be a connection to Maldraxxus, because, of course, it seems that it would be in his best interest to find this cult of Baphomet, but still, the connections that your family have previously are a bit alarming, Talos. I cannot make any heads or tails of it yet, but I will meditate on the information, and I'll try to see if there's more I can find in regards to this.
yes, but there is one other thing we need to talk to you about.
Yes?
So apparently, my alternate personality, Thragon, asked for a room around here, and we can't find the room anymore.
Zver's kind of like scratches his beard a little bit. I remember you speaking of such a being, and from what little research was provided and what I could find on regards to him, he definitely seemed like a dangerous black dragon. But in spirit form resided within you. I do recall how you mentioned how it was purged from your body.
Yes, but we don't know where he went.
Or if he found a way to gain a new form. 'Cause I'm not quite versed in if that's how that works.
You still have that bottle with you, Dallen, of your other personality?
Yeah. I've been calling him Void Scale.
Void Scale, yes.
As Down pulls out the jar.
You see kind of a wispy, like, black cloud just kind of swirling about inside, in an almost humanoid form. Well...
Yeah, we've actually been trying to make a body for him. Namfoodle's been trying to make one.
Oh. Well, that might explain kind of the late nights he's been working on in there, in his workshop. But... I mean, I'm not as familiar with this sort of anomaly, but just by looking, I surmise that perhaps if your one personality here is still in somewhat a gaseous, as a spirit, whatever form this is, I would hate to come to the conclusion that perhaps Thragon might also be the same. But obviously the only possible connection would be that I'm not quite sure how much power he would have in that form. I mean, clearly Void Scale, as you call it, is unable to break through that bottle. Well, that's if it's even wanting to break out of the bottle. But on its own, I don't know if perhaps if this Thragon would disperse, as not having a physical form might cause his form to weaken and dissipate over time, or perhaps, indeed, perhaps in this kind of form, it's able to possess or take over other bodies. I have heard of like ghostly possessions before, but I don't know. Would this Thragon be considered a ghost? Varis kind of cocks his head and scratches it.
I don't know. I mean, it's obviously spectral, as you can see.
Certainly, and it was able to essentially switch switch personalities in a way, or essentially take over your body, or swap with your body, your mind. I'm still not quite sure about how your fractured mind worked, but essentially it definitely had some sort of power of influence over other things, so certainly can't discount the threat that it provides. And apparently, you said that it conscripted a room in the Citadel for its personal use while you were otherwise occupied.
Yeah.
And now you no longer find it.
Yes. If I may interject, it also seemed like someone had been in the room when we found it the first time.
Well, I mean, certainly someone would have been in there to construct it, but as he kind of looks at Soren's eyes, he's like, but you're inferring as if someone had actually been in there using the facilities there, not actually there for construction.
Yeah. Seemed like someone had been working on something. The candle had been used.
Well, that certainly sounds a little alarming. After all, if I could surmise, the only ones that know about this location would be the couple of individuals that were used to create the room, but other than that, it would be essentially, I guess the 5 of you? As he looks at, I guess Dallen would technically know. You would just know about it, but Dallen wasn't actually there physically. So, be like, perhaps just the 4 of you. As he looks between Soren, Talos, Milo, and Dane.
Yes, but even I couldn't find it when we went back there. the second time.
That seems most alarming. Perhaps I'll mention to the captain to perhaps have a few extra patrols in the area that it's supposed to be in. See if they can't catch sight of anyone that's entering or moving about there unauthorized. After all, if perhaps this Thragon was able to survive in this form that he departed in, and was somehow maybe able to find some sort of physical form or possess someone or something, I don't even want to imagine to think what he might be up to if he's using that room to conduct experiments or other magics of some kind.
You think
Agreed.
you'd be able to help us find this room?
Let me check his spell list. There we go. Boop. Oh dear. That wasn't on the right tab, but that's fine. Alrighty, let's see here. What spell is that? He gets some unique stuff from his particular clerical class. Oh, that's a different thing. That's like a scrying eye. Okay, so that's not it. Okay, creature.
Like, no, that's not it.
Let's see. He can dispel magic. Non-detection, but that's obviously that's something to prevent one from being detected. And funny enough, that's one of the spells that were gonna get infused into that room to help, like make it like magic proof, non-detection. It's a fun thing there. Basically, you touch and hide a target from divination magic.
This room is basically like the room's requirement, almost.
Yeah. Let's see. You wouldn't be able to locate object because you wouldn't be able to actually like pierce the barrier of that. Whole person, lesser, comprehend, nope, begetting. It doesn't have any spells aside from dispel magic. If he was there and it was illusion, he would be able to find it, and like he would be able to dispel it. But he doesn't have the dungeon delver, so well, I suppose that if you led me over there, I could attempt to investigate to see if I could find it myself, and then I could dispel if it was an illusion there. I could dispel it, but I don't have any. Well, that was always Elias and a few of my other old friends' specialties were locating hidden rooms.
Well, if you want to, I can go along with you, see if I might be able to feel out anything. I think I was just so tired from our journey that I might not have been able to muster up my strength quite adequately.
Certainly.
Well, let's get going then. This is probably better to sort this out sooner than later.
Agreed. We don't want to be going off and then coming back to a base of operations decimated or under the control of someone that might have some questionable motives.
Certainly. Well, I'll allow you to lead the way. As he Varys kind of rolls up a few of the scrolls and gets his workstation settled. You'll then proceed to kind of lead him down a few of the corridors of the Citadel to the general area where you find an individual currently scrubbing the walls where a wine stand is located. Quite a curious place for there to be a wine spill.
What happened there?
Hmm.
Hey,
Someone
let the
trip
panic
over?
as well.
Someone trip over and spill wine?
Yes, as Milo here reported that there was a spill in the hallways and instructed
No, I
that you
didn't.
should. No, you didn't?
Milo. I thought Prelin was the one that was one that found it, huh?
Was it Brenlin that would have done it, or did Milo
No,
change his disguise?
it would have been Perrin
Okay.
by orders from someone, as in Dallen.
Okay, rewind a bit. Yes, we received some. Well, we didn't quite recognize him, but it was a Perrin tea leaf that reported a spill in the hallway to us. And so I'm here to currently clean that up.
Brilliant here.
Oh.
I'll have to go find him at some point. For now, let's try and work on this conundrum.
Agreed. So, we're certain that this is the area that we originally had it, correct?
Yes, I'm absolutely certain. I can't find it anywhere.
Alright.
Perhaps a fresh set of eyes might be able to assist.
Alright. So, would it be perception, I believe?
Investigation.
Investigation, okay.
And to find, like, hidden doors and whatnot, you would... With this kind
Natural 20.
Let me double check the ruling on... Because you got Dungeon Delver, right?
Yeah. I have advantage.
Let me just double check that one just to make sure I'm reading this one right. Okay, you have advantage on Wisdom, Perception, and Intelligence investigation checks made to detect the presence of secret doors. You have advantage on saving throws made to avoid or resist traps. You have resistance to damage dealt by traps. Okay. And Varis will roll. Oh, yeah, he didn't get it. So same results like for Dane and Varis as he's there looking around. You kind of get your finely in tune senses about you, Talos, as you kind of investigate down the halls, and you kind of stop all of a sudden at a particular part of the walls. And as you kind of stop and look, you feel, and as far as you can tell, like there's nothing going on here, but you have a gut sense about you that tells you there's something here.
Well, I'll whistle over to the other and like wave him over. Over here.
As Varys kind of goes over, he got a nat 1. As he looks about you, he goes, "You feel or sense something here, Talos?" As he kind of feels around, I cannot feel or sense anything at all.
Yes. It's hard to tell, but I have a gut feeling that something's right here. And like my hand, because my hand that was going up against the wall, it was like I haven't moved my hand from that spot. It's like something right here.
Well, I shall attempt to dispel it then. Because Varys kind of steps back a little bit and he holds up his holy symbol as he begins to... let me see. I think it's just verbal, right? Or is it somatic as well? Spell magic. Spell magic. Here we go. It is verbal somatic.
Oh, nice. Alright.
Sorry. So he kind of holds up his hand, and you watch as he kind of flexes his fingers a certain way. Nah, Soreto! As he flexes, and... let's see. He'll have to roll for it. And you watch as nothing happens. Varis kind of looks at his hands. Did any of you notice anything?
Oh, it's like a slow shake of the head, like no.
Thorin is going to use a 5th level Dispel Magic.
Oh god.
Roll for it.
It's just a roll, D20, right?
Yep, a d20, and the DC is essentially 10 plus whatever the spell's level is. But I won't reveal what that is yet, unless you beat it.
No modifiers?
Nope, just a solid. Essentially, the DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. So. Oh wait, you make an ability check using your spell casting ability. So whatever the modifier would be, your wisdom.
Okay. My wisdom modifier?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Whereas for Soren, that would be
Fingers crossed.
a +4.
It's +4. Yeah. Fingers
So,
crossed.
18.
Really?
What was that?
Can't just add 4 to the D14 that he already rolled?
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
I was like, so it'd be 18 total.
Oh. Okay.
Yes.
Thought you wanted me to re-roll again.
No.
Yeah, that's
I wasn't
18.
going to be that mean to you. And so you watch as you suddenly see kind of a shimmering and a warbling on the wall. And then you watch as almost a thin line across the wall that, like, it's almost imperceptible as you watch as it almost mists away, and you see the same wall as before.
Something different here.
We definitely saw something get dispelled. Check again to see if you can find that hidden door now.
Want me to do that again?
Yes. That's an 18. You do indeed find it. As you kind of feel
Awesome.
around, you've done it before, and so you feel around, and you feel and you're like, ah, there it is.
Here.
As you will hear a very silent door just. That's most concerning, especially as I wasn't able to immediately dispel it. Some powerful illusion magic that was used here.
Has to have been done recently too. I kind of look back at the others and very carefully, I just kind of nod to the others, like a signal of let's all be ready for anything.
Dane's gonna unhook his axe from this.
Out his Inferno rifle. I think somewhere down.
Talos is just gonna grip onto the hilt of the sun blade that's on his belt.
There's taking steps back, and he prepares a mote of sacred flame in his hand. He's like, "On you."
All right. Talos is gonna very carefully make his way in.
The light from the corridor outside shines into this room, which is pitch black currently, as your shadow looms against the wall on the far side of this room.
I'm gonna activate my drift globe.
As the room lights up, you can see that there's clearly been some changes that have been occurring here. You see several books are currently on a work table. You can see that on the floor there are a ring of candles currently set up. Some of them have been burnt, but none of them have been burnt down to the floor just yet. You can also see that on the work table there are multiple different pieces of paper, some what looks like runic sketches, as well as, of course, a chair that is currently pushed up against the table.
Talos is gonna move in, and make some room for others to come in, and first thing that Talos is gonna do is gonna put his hand over the candle to see if he can feel if there's any residual heat coming from those candles.
As you kind of put your hand up, you do not feel any warmth at all. Everything appears to be cold.
No one's been in here for some time. The candles are cold, but there's definitely been activity.
I don't like this. I need to go talk to the captain as Dallen runs off.
Well, it certainly appears as if whatever is happening here, it hasn't been used in at least a few days.
Did you make anything of these runes?
Varys kind of begins to poke through them. He kind of shakes his head a bit and is like, I would have to study them in order to understand the full purpose, but these runes are unfamiliar to me.
I might take a look at them myself, see if I might understand. I might recognize them.
The Arcana check.
Or Arcana.
14. As you kind of peer at them, it's almost weird because as you peer at them, they almost seem to warble and move, almost as if they're essentially just kind of shifting about, making it almost impossible to get a solid clear view of any single one. And it's an odd sensation.
This is weird.
Whatever this is, it is certainly ancient in some way.
That's not exactly great. An ancient item in a fortress that's newly built?
What would I roll to try and figure out what this thing is? Yeah. Can I do a nature check on it?
Let me think. Because you're is it about you're trying to discern exactly?
Trying to see if Soren might have seen this before, or might have read about it or something. Sounds more like history.
That'd be like a history, yeah.
Okay. He doesn't know anything.
No, when it comes to the makings of essentially, there's absolutely nothing about this that Soren recognizes. What this could be related to is essentially just heresy to Soren. So he would not have delved any into looking into these.
Okay. Can Soren try to sense this through nature or something like that, or would that just be Arcana?
It would be Arcana.
Never mind then.
Yeah, this is what Soren is presented with here is something that is almost alien, like a different world entirely.
I can't help here. This seems out of my ballpark.
Ballpark.
I don't know. Figure of speech, I guess. God, he didn't ask what's a figure of speech.
Well, I mean, since you mentioned it,
God damn it.
Hey, where is this figure made of speech?
Oh no.
Is the man covered in paper?
How powerful is he?
Milo readies his daggers. Where is it?
I must destroy. Okay. Well, Soren can't do anything with this, so. Anyone else have any ideas?
Now, as Varis kind of looks through this, he goes, I don't quite know how to make sense of much of this, but these runes don't make any sense, but mixed into some of this paperwork here, I am able to decipher a recipe? As he kind of looks closer at it.
Recipe?
Yes, I'm afraid I'm not much of an alchemist. But, from what I can tell, this is some sort of potion that can be brewed of some kind. Some kind of brew.
Huh. What?
Who you say? Soren, any ideas?
Would I be doing like a brewer's kit to figure out what this is?
Yeah, I'll allow you your brewing kit proficiency. Oof.
Why am I getting natural ones so much right now?
Good lord.
Rip.
This honestly would make a lot of sense, because as Soren is looking at this, nothing about this relates to alcohol at all. Honestly, like, from what you can tell just looking at this, a few of the ingredients you don't recognize the names of. A couple of them, though, there's a couple that you understand to be more on the toxic side than anything.
Soren pulls out his shovel and just looks at Varys. Say, Varys, why are you able to read this? This is very heretical.
I happen to be rather scholarly.
Heretical.
Like I said, I don't
Potion
quite
ingredients.
understand exactly what this is, but as he kind of looks to the side of it and goes, I have had to obviously like interpret certain brews in the past, but if you want, I can understand this a little bit more.
Soren lowers his shovel. Likely story.
If it would help, I can delve into the unknown and learn more about this particular subject.
You don't sound like you won't like doing that.
Well, I've told you all before what it entails, essentially. But if it is indeed to help, I'm more than happy to do so.
What would be the cost of that to you?
Just a little bit of energy, is all.
Nothing soul-wise?
I mean, it's kind of hard to lose more of your soul that you don't have.
Well, it might make it harder for him to achieve that.
No. Essentially, it's more a physical toll than anything.
Ah, gotcha.
Which, as I'm currently in the safe area with the Citadel, I will be able to rest it off.
Well, we can't make you do anything you don't want to do, but I mean, it sounds like there's not much downside to this.
Alright, let me... As he kind of steps back a little bit and kind of holds his hands up, you watch as his holy symbol begins to glow as it kind of floats up into the air, and suddenly, his eyes light up as he kind of, like, you watch as his head kind of twitches a little bit side to side, just As he kind of blinks for a few seconds. Ooh, right. Let me have a look at this. As he kind of steps forward. And you watch as he kind of picks it up. Here we go. This here appears to be a very lethal poison. Essentially,
Poison, you say?
yes. It's got some rather rare ingredients, but it is highly potent. For what I can see here, like there's a lot of toxic ingredients combined in a very specific brew in a fairly decent amount. As he kind of squints and looks at it for a second. It seems to be a poison that is consumed. Once one consumes this, it guarantees almost instantaneous death.
That's
For
Very
research purposes, would you be able to write this recipe down?
He kind of looks
This
over and
is-
squints his eyes at you. Honestly, I don't believe any of this should be written down to word. I should probably need to confiscate this. But this was handwritten and, for what I could see, rather recently. Whoever wrote this knows the recipe by heart. It doesn't make any sense, though. Like, the proportions of such a thing, like, there's not a single, like, I dare say that. As he kind of looks at all of you. The toxicity of this particular brew, I'd even wager, like, I'd wager that a dragon wouldn't be able to survive it.
Can you discern what the poison is meant to do?
Unfortunately, the ingredients and everything else is simply just a recipe on how to create this brew. It is highly toxic and very deadly. That's for its purpose. Like, I'm not able to quite discern that.
With all those toxic ingredients, it has to be nothing. I don't think it could be anything good.
Certainly not, and a lot of these are incredibly rare as well. Like,
What?
you'd have to go quite far and wide in order to perhaps find a few of these.
Varis. Do you know the whereabouts of Bradnir right now, other than where he went to work on Maldraxxus?
I'm afraid I don't. I was with you, well, I was at Blackheart's Haven, and then after that I've been with you all the whole time.
Well, I have an idea. I don't like the sound of it. From what I understand, the black fog thing went off somewhere, and you said that it might be able to possess people.
Theoretically, yes, but we haven't been able to. Obviously, there's nothing that we can do to confirm or deny that.
What if Radnir has been possessed?
Well, as Varis kind of looks down and kind of strokes his beard a little bit. You know, I mean, obviously before I left, he seemed perfectly fine and reasonable. I mean, from what I remember, like seeing of him before. I mean, he was very briefly at the Citadel before I left. But even before then, I mean, he seemed to be very much like Dallen's brother. Did any of you all notice anything strange or anything before you left for Blackheart's Haven regarding him?
Can't really say we actually really talked to him.
I think we had like a brief. We spoke with him very, very briefly at the meal prior to us leaving, but other than that, he didn't seem any different from when I met him when last we spoke.
Well, this might be some merit to your words there, young Soren. After all, if this Thragon is somehow connected to the bloodline of Dallen, and it was expelled from Dallen's body, well, obviously it could perhaps attach itself to anything of any power, but, well, it would clearly feel most comfortable and perhaps connected to those of the same bloodline. There's a chance that perhaps Fradnir could be at risk.
I don't like the sound of it. It sounds like it's not very good. I mean, I don't really like Fradnir myself, but he's still a person that can be broken.
Certainly, I mean, he's a little barbaric in some of his ways, but from what I understand, according to what Dallen has said, he seems like a very good individual. I'll inform the captain to keep an eye out for Fradnir to see if I can't perhaps talk to him one-on-one and see if I can't discern or detect anything within him. Having spent enough time with Dallen, I imagine I would be able to recognize the traits. Some of those black lines around his scales and whatnot.
I hope that this is mostly all coincidence and that's not happened.
Absolutely. After all, not.
So we might want to find a way to keep that so we know exactly where this is and keep something to keep an eye on anybody trying to access this.
Certainly. After all, for such a strong illusionary spell that was cast upon it to keep it hidden, and now to find what is within, I am more than a little concerned regarding this. I'll be sure to go find Kathos and speak with him personally regarding this. After all, this could be potentially a security breach within the Citadel itself.
I'm gonna go. I need to pray to my god. Bye. His sword immediately just scampers off.
Yes.
Zorn scampers past Dallen as Kathos follows Dallen to the room. Oh, hello, little friend. Oh, and he's gone.
What
Yes.
did you guys find out so far?
Well,
Are you just in there with us?
Oh no, he ran off to go grab the captain.
Yeah.
Ah.
Ah, so this is his room. It is quite small, I must say. I don't believe I could fit through this door without breaking it.
yes.
Maybe that's what we need to do. Make sure that no one can hide it again.
Yeah, someone put a very powerful illusion on it, making it harder for us to find it.
Well, Kathos remembers that request was made for a discreet location within. I believe... Well, I'm not privy to it, but I have been informed that there are certain other discreet locations located throughout Citadel.
I wonder where those could be, as Malachi just scratches the back of his neck.
Kathos was assured that it would not be security issues, as they were part of design of Citadel.
Well, this room in particular, we need to make sure is more watched than others, because none of us were quite aware of it until now.
Certainly. I will have guards do extra patrols through this corridor to ensure that if there is anyone that, who would be authorized to use this room?
It would have been my alternate personality, Thragon.
But, basically, no. Unless it's our immediate, immediate group of Comet's company, no one is to be entering it into this room. If anyone does, detain them.
I could work with that. As Kathos kind of nods and looks at the doorway and takes note of the particular location. Kathos will have lieutenants do extra patrol through here. I'm sure that none will be able to escape Durek Ironhide. And if they do, well, he's the only lieutenant I have that would be able to go into a room. He is dwarf after all. Is there anything else that you would require from its company?
Talus kind of looks at the others to see if anything else.
Not for me, Kathos. That pretty much covers what I was going to discuss with you. But if you do see Fradnir coming in, would you perhaps kindly escort him to a private room that I might be able to speak with him?
Why do you need to speak to Fradnir?
His eyes kind of flick over to you, Talos, and you, Milo.
We'll discuss that in a little bit, but for now...
Your brother's wanted man now.
What? Not Soren. Dallen immediately grabs his handgun. What do you mean by that?
Well,
Alright, my job is done. Is here. Carry on, gents. As Milo just walks off.
We'll go further. We'll go to the one of the comfort place where we can talk more private, and we'll discuss things. Thank you again. I look over at the door and kind of like put something to prop the door so it stays open because I'm not sure. Not sure if the illusion will come back if the door's closed. So for now, we'll try to keep it propped.
Nice work. Now, come, Dallen. Let us speak more on perhaps a theory that we have.
Okay. I don't like the vibe of this.
Trust us. We all do not like. And so you all kind of head back to the library where you kind of sit down around Varis' workstation as he kind of gets the stuff set back up again. Well, I'm glad we were able to figure out the location of this hidden room, though the contents that we found within were most alarming. I'll be sure to have all those collected and brought in here so I can study them. Well, I might take them to a more private area to ensure that it kind of looks around, to ensure that it doesn't fall into the wrong hands.
Agreed.
After all, some of those runes on those papers that I saw reminded me of a few writings that we saw back in Duskwood. I don't like the implication of such magics. But Fradnir, Dallen, as far as we know, he's been sent out to go and help investigate and find potential locations for where Maldraxxus is located. Now, you haven't seen your brother since you arrived here, as he left before. Curiously enough, from what I was told from a few of the servants, he seemed to leave the same day that you had arrived. Is that correct?
I believe so. Why?
Well, Soren had brought to mention to us that he had an intuition that perhaps this Thragon spirit of yours, if it was able to perhaps escape and persist, that it would be looking for a host for it to survive on. And, well, as we know, as you've stated before, this Thragon is somewhat related to your bloodline, yes?
Yes, I don't like where this is going.
We have nothing to confirm nor deny, of course, the suspicion, but Soren was worried that perhaps this Thragon may have made its way back to the Citadel and perhaps has embedded itself within your brother's being.
Is there a chair that Dallen can sit on?
Oh yeah.
Dallen immediately kind of just sits down.
Again, we have no confirmation or anything. It's only a thought, but still, it's something that we need to be ready for, just in case.
Yes. I'm afraid that the main course of thinking for this is, having resided within your being for, well, I assume your whole life, it would be most comfortable and most familiar with obviously, your being, your blood. And, obviously, Fradnir being of the same would be the nearest being that would be as closely relating and perhaps as powerful as yourself. Now, obviously, that's why I've requested for Kathos to somewhat detain your brother once he returns, so that we may question him properly and see if he has indeed fallen to the persuasion of Thragon.
With any luck, this might just be conjuncture, but we have to be prepared.
Yes. Now, I know that we've just met after a while, and you guys probably want me to join back up with you. But I don't think I can leave when I've heard about this. I think I need to go find my brother.
Hey, that is completely understandable, Dallen. Family comes first.
Yes. Well, it might actually work on with be able to, if our plans are right, if we make some plans. You said that he was heading up to the north again, correct?
Yes, that's what the Sevens had informed me when I inquired about it further, was that he had apparently made his way northeast to the forest.
And from the report, and from what we discovered, that might be a possible location here.
That's why, essentially, I believe that's the reasoning that he gave, was that he was going to help try to find the lair of Maldraxxus and report back.
Well, if it's the case that he has been possessed by a Thragon, it could be that Thragon's trying to find more information instead of trying to find Maldraxxus for the help us, trying to find it for himself.
It's always a possibility. Unfortunately, we won't know until we locate him. But I certainly do not blame you at all, Dallen. And perhaps you might be one of the best suited to find your brother, though I dare say it has been a few days, and those woods are vast. It won't be easy to locate him.
Yes, I'm gonna see if I can get some guards to come with me.
Absolutely. I certainly would not want you to travel alone. After all, there's a lot of dangers that could exist in those woods. I mean, you saw those orcs that we came across. Oh, well, you didn't. The rest of your allies were... on our way over, we ran into a war band of 30 orcs. Quite bloody.
Yeah, that was a very interesting encounter.
Hey, but a
Sounds
good
quite
spar as well.
I bet. I'm getting a phone call. Give me a second.
Alright. And with Dallen investigating that over there, I suppose that leaves the three of you and Soren to, unless you wanted to go aid him in his search there, you all could go investigate the rumors south of Duskwood of Maldraxxus, or perhaps if you wanted to, you could head back to Enotrakul and help them over there. Of course, I know that you have some personal connection with your sister that is happening in the northwest there, Talos, that you may want to investigate
Yes.
eventually.
I definitely will, but for now, from the messages I've received from them through the Sending Stone, so far they haven't found anything concrete yet, but they are making progress. And I'm certain that if anything happens, that she'll contact me as soon as possible. I have great faith in her strength.
Very good. And of course, for you, Dane, I know located southeast of Duskwood, you've mentioned that one of your family heirlooms might be located there at the lair of Black Wolf.
Aye. That definitely is of great importance to me in the hold.
It would make a powerful addition to the arsenal against our enemies.
Aye, it would.
Certainly. And so it seems as if you all have quite a decision to make on your next course of action. I'll continue to research more into that Baphomet, as well as looking now into the strange runes that we located within the hidden room, to see if I can find some other possible connections. Might have to wait until tomorrow for me to attempt to delve further into some of the unknown knowledge of it, but don't you worry, I shall dedicate some time to this, as it's certainly threatening.
Very well. Definitely have to make some decisions and plan, and then after that, once we make a final decision, we can start prepping ourselves.
So most certainly. And I would certainly also recommend that, if you wanted to, don't forget to take some time to yourself. This is, after all, your home. Well, if you already have another home, you're home away from home. You can take time to relax, do what you need to here. Clearly, things are in motion, and well, nothing has come up that is of dire consequence just yet. So we're not facing the end of the world just yet. But
That was just casually, just there's a slight little knock on one of the wooden tables. Just absently does it,
But I know that you all like to keep yourself busy and that you have much to accomplish, so I will get to my research. I will allow you all to converse amongst yourselves. As Varis kind of goes back into and opens up a few books and grabs some of the papers that are being brought over by the caretaker. And he starts to kind of research into that. And as he does, let's go ahead and take ourselves a bit of a few-minute bathroom break, if we will, shall we?
Ready?
Yeah, sounds good.
Oakley dokley.
I'll be right back. back yet, or?
Welcome back.
Thank you. We got Ryan back.
Yeah, I'm here.
Aaron, you back?
Nope.
Cool. Glad you're not here.
Me too.
Shax, are you here? Perhaps not Shax just yet. No. Did any of you discuss future plans while I had myself deafened and muted?
Not a damn thing was said.
We all just kind of disappeared for a minute.
I mean, fair. I guess if you all wanted to, you could start discussing how you all feel at a game, like what you're all wanting to do, or go on. Like, feel free to just chat. I'm just gonna eat a little bit here while we wait for Shax to return.
Sounds good. Do you two have any thoughts on the plan of action?
Well, I have plans for Milo. However, those plans might change depending on what we do. So,
Fair.
depends on.
I'm guessing some slight revelations in your letter.
Yes.
Fair. Well, one of the things I was thinking of, it seems a lot of our stuff right now, apart from going back to Anadrakul, is all in the south of Duskwood.
Which is where the main story is.
Yeah. But there's a lot of, like, I guess, like, side quest stuff to do down there as well.
Is there?
Well, we've got... We've got Port La Montagne itself. We could take a pop up in there and see if there's any news about anything that's been going on in the area. Could always head down to Duskwood and see what's going on there and help out if possible, because we know that they've been getting constantly attacked. There was that lighthouse way down the south that Tim mentioned earlier, which it's been mentioned a couple times now, so I think there's something there.
The Wyvern's Eye Lighthouse.
Aye. Justin's also mentioned it, so there's definitely something there. And then there's also the Pirate Lord down in the south as well, for my neck of story. I think I remember a couple extra things down there, but I can't put my finger on them right now. And on the flip side of things as well, if you wanted to head up north with Downs to try and find Thragon and such, and then go over to Anadrakul to try and help the Circle of Sand, that's also an option as well. Because like both sides of the continent essentially have main story right now.
Well, at least what we think is main story.
Well,
Because, you know, just as soon as we do something that's not part of the main story, Justin's come in here and be like, why aren't you guys doing the main story again? You did like one mission, then just left.
Yeah, I mean, if he does that, I'll be all like, well, technically they actually are. Because at this point, a lot of the stuff that you all are doing, like, you started to put a few pieces together already. There's a lot of things that are interconnected and mingling with each other. And basically, a lot of what you're doing and a lot of what you can do will relate and come back to what, quote-unquote, the main story. So don't worry about, like, taking the main story course or anything, because, like, essentially, much like how it is with, like, say, Skyrim or a few other, like, video games you may have played where essentially you can, go, like, power through and go right into the main storyline and just drill through that. You can also do a bunch of side quests that will have an impact and effect on the main story, and sometimes even pulls back and relates to it. Kind of similar if you want to think about like The Witcher 3 and how you start out with like 3 different paths so you could take that you could take any of them with any sort of course, and they're all technically the main story.
Because they all lead to a single endpoint.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's fair. So it kind of sounds like no matter which path we choose, whether it's going up north or down south, hell, we could even head out to the east, no, to the west if we really, really wanted to go out that way, to go, I don't know, do stuff over there. But it all will tie back eventually to us progressing.
Hooray for open world storytelling!
We have an entire continent to explore. Hell, if we really wanted to, we could even head back to Antiva and see how Lur's doing.
That's been one of my goals is to provide a world that you all can like explore and go about as you see fit. Do what you want. Have a fantastical adventure. Have fun. And then Shax, if you're here, just speak up.
He said he'll be back in a sec.
Ah. Oh, I see now. But yeah, so felt free to keep discussing. Just wanted to put that my input in, be like, yeah.
No, that's fair. Tim, while we're just sort of chilling out here, would it be possible to swing over to the map menu or to the map screen,
Certainly.
just so we can have a look at the world?
How dare you have such a request as such?
Hey, it's a gorgeous map.
Thank you.
But it is a nice map. I do like that. Alright, so we did the Rumored Sunken Temple. So we got the Wyvern's Eye Lighthouse down there, Pirate Lord Black Wolf, Duskwood itself, and a lot of open area if there's stuff down there that we don't know about. And closer to home as well, we've also got La Montagne that we've never actually gone over to. We've looked at it at a distance. But I don't think we really want to go mountain hopping. Tim,
Yo.
I'm noticing just to the left of Raven's Crest, one of the pirate lords' names has disappeared.
Is it Bloody Jack?
Hey,
Okay, this one right here.
yeah, that one.
That's odd.
Oh yeah, it's not there. That's weird.
I'm just panning around the map at this point, just having a look at everything.
Let's see here. How's that?
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Guess I must have somehow toggled the C option for that one.
And I'm guessing the sort of the fortress on the far left, same with the town on the far left, and the town that's like way up by High Yorvaska. I'm guessing those are like unnamed places right now.
Places you haven't explored yet.
Fair enough.
Maybe we'll become more more apparent as you proceed to investigate them. Similar to how, like, this volcano here is also kind of unnamed.
Hey guys, sorry. I had to step over and had to talk with the family.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, my aunt's definitely gonna be. They're gonna be needing a lot of counsel, and they have lost a lot of things. And
I bet.
well, we were just told that she had to watch her neighbor and the entire house be swept away. And they found the neighbor. She's sadly gone.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that was her first friend moving into. They moved out of state. And this is the first time for her moving from a completely different state, new area. Everything's new. That was basically her first friend. So they lost half the cattle, all the calves. The house is their house is still there, but they know that it's probably going to be labeled as a total loss from just the water damage. And apparently other places, apparently Biltmore Estate, the house is there, but the rest of the property is all destroyed. Apparently almost half of the dams for all the states that were hit failed and burst. That's what's causing most of the damage, all that water from the dams failing. And of course, all those, if you look at who's in charge of all these states, you know why.
We don't need to get into that.
Yeah, but that's what I say. Let's get back to D&D. Let's get back to the price on this iron is too high just because it comes from that fancy pants guild up north.
You're paying for pristine black spire iron here.
I could get the same quality iron down in that dinky little town down the street. Anyway. So where were we?
So the guys were all discussing out-of-game plans and exactly what you all want to do moving forward.
Yeah, a lot of stuff for, quote, Talos, personally, is unless certain things happen, his main goal is dealing with the threat that is obvious. But he's flexible to work with whatever goes.
Yeah, that's fair. I was saying to Aaron and Ryan about how we've kind of got the two options to go right now. We can either go north and help Dallen, and then go to Anardracool, or we could head down south, check in with Port La Montaigne and Duskwood, and then go down to some of the stuff down in the south of the continent there to check out the rumours from Maldraxxus, but also check out the Wyvern's Eye Lighthouse and Black Wolf.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning a bit toward that because especially if we're going to be having to deal with both, obviously with Maldraxxus, but also with Thanatos. That fight with Thanatos, yeah, I'm pretty sure that when we eventually go against him again, we're going to need as much edge as possible. Same with Maldraxxus, and
It also means as well, if we go down south, we can kind of cross off one avenue of where everything is going on for the moment.
True. Plus, that lighthouse has been mentioned how many times now?
Yes. Mentioned a lot.
Alright, well, let's get back into it then.
Very well. as you all kind of discuss things in your, we'll say, committee room. You all kind of sit down and kind of discuss plans in the future, discussing whether or not you should proceed with the way down south towards Maldraxxus, or to see about maybe offering your assistance to Dallen as he goes after Fradnir, maybe perhaps Anarter Cool. You all bring up excellent points and perspectives on how you feel about moving forward as you all kind of sit down and finalize your plans. The floor is yours. Don't make me single one of you out.
Yeah. Talos guy is leaning over the tail, like looking down at the map, and notes that each of them have had it. So we have to make a final decision whether to go follow Dallen, head down this way, or another cool. So, what would it be?
Well, personally, I'd like to head on down south, slightly for, well, selfish reasons, but also, for possibly learning about Maldraxxus as well. There's a couple of rumours down south as well that we could check out. I got that, what is it, that lighthouse down there? The Wyvern's Eye or something like that?
I've heard some things about that, but I'm hearing whisperings about that as well.
Hey. Milo, Soren, you guys have any ideas?
I'm open to whatever.
Soren's not here. He's off praying right now.
It's like I just turn around expecting Soren to be there, and it just
Well, is Dallen
it's
there?
just a puffer.
Don would have left, and it would have started making preparations to start going to find Fradnir.
Then I would say that Soren would have finished up with his prayers and would have been part of this, since obviously the plans involved him.
Ah, gotcha. Well, I actually was planning on going over to talk to Lure. That was his name? The person you told me to go talk to about?
That would be his name, yes.
Yes.
Over in Antiva.
Yeah, I was planning on finding a boat and going to Antiva.
Could see if Barbosa's heading out that way.
But if south is in that direction, I'll come with you guys to south.
Hey, I mean, if you're heading out to Antiva, the best place is going to be Port La Montaigne to set off from. We could probably head into the city as well and see how your business is doing down there, Milo. But also to see how if there's anything that we can resupply on or even help out with before we head on further down south.
Might not a bad idea.
Okay. So, you all are gonna head to Port La Montaigne and see where you go from there?
Sounds like a plan.
Very well. We should start making our travel preparations and gathering some supplies. And once we get to the port, we can gather any last minute things we might need there, and then head on out.
Hey.
So,
1 second.
oh.
Sorry, my thing was starting to. I was getting some reverb from my headset, and I had to readjust it.
You're good. And so, you all proceed to, let's say it's about afternoon at this point, as you all finalize your plans, as you proceed to kind of gather up your things, and Dallen has already made his way out and began travel north east. As you gather up any weapons or anything, was there anything anyone wanted to leave behind in your personal vaults?
Tell's actually going to go to the vault and take another look at that cloak he put in there. So let me pull up my thing.
Yes, inside the vault you have the Whispering Cloak. Inside is a cloak made of shimmering scales that resemble those of deep-sea creatures.
This was a custom item, right?
Yes.
All right, 1 second. I'm trying to pull up some of my things real quick.
As far as you know that while using it, you're able to kind of turn invisible for 1 minute once a day, and if you need to, you can communicate telepathically with any sea creature within 60 feet, so long as you both are submerged.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, if there's anyone else that anyone wanted to, well, obviously Soren wouldn't have a spot in the vault just yet, but upon request, if Soren wanted to, he could store stuff in the vault.
Alright. Well, Soren will go make a request for that. As well as ask for a chapel for Dorlane.
Easily done. And being a friend of the family, you could say, your request will be inputted, and preparations and work will be done to include Dorlane within the chapel, where you see that there is also a spot for Bahamut and a few other of the local gods.
Gotcha.
And then, as you know, you should have access to the vault and the Starfall Citadel tab within Discord, so you can, of course, add or edit whatever you want to put inside.
Okay.
I think Talos is gonna just put this that one of it like one of some of the extra things that he's picked up, like weapon wise. He's gonna take this hand crossbow and put it in there.
Sounds good.
And I think he's gonna leave the cloak for now. Like he's gonna hold it up, but
Looks at his dozen other cloaks.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I think I only have like 2 other clothes. I have like the mantle, the spell, 3 total: spell mantle, the mantis, the cloak of the manta ray, and the cloak of fly, wings of fly.
Mhm.
Right. And I think that's gonna be it for Talos for now. With at least with putting things away.
Perfect. Anything Dane wanted to store or take out?
Dane's actually gonna. I'm actually gonna go find the. What is it? Like one of the, basically like the heads of the house, to go give him the taxidermied Hydra head and ask him to put it up on the wall in the great hall.
And it shall be done. As opposed to threatened, it was meticulously crafted. It's obviously safe, very lifelike looking, and they're a little like shocked at first with seeing it, but knowing your line of work, they agree to go ahead and proudly display it for all those that visit to see.
Very good.
If you ever fight a Medusa, just don't try to do the same thing.
Definitely have to put a cloth over its eyes beforehand. I'll be right back, 1 second.
Alrighty. And then Soren, you were given a chest within the vault. Was there anything in particular that Soren wanted to store?
Not currently, no. Well, actually, he's gonna store all of his all the orcs' weapons and gear that he took off of them.
Alrighty. You want to go ahead and put that in the vault tab and just put down like 30 crude orc weapons and armor.
Got it. Vault.
The vault, the vault, the vault, the vault.
I mean, who knows? Maybe you'll need to arm a small militia of 30 soldiers one day.
Well, Soren's giving this to the Church of Dorlane.
It's like a little crusade for Dorlane. Did somebody say crusade?
No. These days we call it peacekeeping. And before long, as you all have proceeded to store and pick out stuff that you need and wanted, you find yourself at the entrance of Starfall Citadel. As Kathos gives you all a wave. Be safe, friends. Kathos will keep Citadel protected and will look out for Fradnir, as well as young Dallen. Good luck, and kick some evil butt for me.
As we will, my friend. Like Talos kind of patting himself, and I was like, I don't think I have another of oh gosh, brain work.
Sending stone?
Yeah, there. Thank you. I don't think I have a spare sending stone until you could communicate, just in case anything happens while we're gone.
Not to worry. If anything were to happen, he would call upon Varis to message you. Well, do not worry. Nothing can happen that we cannot handle here. And as you all give him a wave goodbye, you make your way around and head to the TRAIN station. From there, you board the train as it happens to be stationed there actually today. You make your way south. Through out of chattel with one of the like engineers that are working on the train, you actually do get to learn that they've finally made tracks all the way to Lancaster from Port Mallowantain.
Wow. It will certainly bring a lot of business between the port and the city.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to it. It's a bit of a long ride, but obviously it's a little safer, more convenient than trying to go on horseback. Especially that on ship. Though we have seen some individuals starting to find mounts that have been trying to match our speed. I'm worried that perhaps we might start to get some folk trying to jump on the train and see about trying to rob us, maybe. But we'll come to that problem when it comes to that. We might have to hire some guards to protect the train, especially if we got some high-value assets to transport. The biggest one, of course, is going to be the treasurer. Word is that he might be returning back from the capital now that the route has been completed.
Well, that's all.
And within a few hours, you all find yourself back at Port Lamontagne. As the train comes to a nice, steady halt.
Hey, sorry, my Wi-Fi went out.
You're right.
Once I'm connecting it might have booted me from Roll20 as well. Let me see. Yeah, it did. One sec. Let me turn on my phone's service thing so I can share that. There we go. And it's loading. There we go. Awesome.
Alrighty.
What kind of mounts? Like larger cattle or something like that, or a breed of horses?
We've seen some horses from time to time. Some bandits or perhaps thugs we've seen, but we've also at nighttime been observing and noticing some sort of weird fire-like things that have been moving at quick speeds across the horizon. Haven't been able to confirm exactly what those are yet.
That's definitely odd.
Anyway, this is your stop. The train is always happy to serve you. As gives you all a salute.
Thank you again. That's a bit interesting. What do you lot think? Did we lose somebody?
Did we lose everyone?
Nope.
You still here, Dane? You still here, Ryan?
Yeah, I can hear you guys now. What's going on?
They're kind of playing a game here.
Talos was asking what everyone. Yeah, Talos was asking what everyone thought of what the train conductor told us about the strange lights and the updation of like how they got the trains able to reach the capital now.
I guess they have no comment.
Yeah, I don't really know how to. I don't remember there being something about strange lights.
Yeah. I mean, like I was saying that the characters that just mentioned it to us.
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't able to hear you guys for a few minutes.
Essentially,
Yeah.
the conductor was saying about how they've noticed some individuals grabbing mounts and trying to match speed with the train, and essentially they're worried about potential bandit attacks on the train. Though for the time being, it seems to be one of the safest forms of travel.
Have you thought of maybe guards? Hiring some people to protect whatever this contraption is? The train, you said?
That would be a smart idea, and have some people posted on the train just in case.
Most certainly. We'll be sure to ride an appeal over to the treasure to see if he'll prove a regular armed guard to be present with every sort of train ride, but for certain, I doubt there's going to be no shortage of guards for high-value assets that need to be transported on this thing.
Yeah, of course. Besides, it would always be good to have at least some type of authority on the train, just in case if there's a dispute or any reason with passengers, have someone of authority to deal with them. After all, the conductors need to be be running the train itself. They don't need to be bothered with having to deal with passengers.
And as you all kind of, give him a nod, and he thanks you all for riding with them. You find yourself in the busy streets of Port La Montaigne. Where's my ambiance? Where'd you go? That's not it. There you are.
It's good to be back here again.
As busy as ever, you recognize the busy streets as you're on the northern district, just past the farms where the train has found its home. You enter the gate and you can see down the street the sea's respite, as well as further down you can see the docks that lead to the ocean front and beyond. You also know that here there's of course the residential district. You also know that there is of course the magic district, and of course you know that there's also the shipping and job district that's on the high hill that is above the ocean itself.
Oh, did you all want to see if they're grabbing any last-minute supplies before we try finding a ship at port?
Yeah, I know I need to grab a few things.
Dane? I'm just envisioning a dwarf doing a T-pose.
Really, Dane?
The Warcraft glitch.
Dane just kind of nods and it's just like, I'll follow you.
What about you, Soren?
I don't really have much else I need to do here. I
Don't need
really
to
just
get
need
any.
to start moving off.
Don't need to get any resupply for your kits or anything like that.
Not really. I'm pretty stocked up on my brewer's kit ever since I got the alchemy kit.
Very well. see. Kind of Talos kind of just looks at one of those little notebook. One of the few notebooks he has, like there's different ones for different things. This one's more for like list supply, like items and supplies, kind of.
Yeah, there's my list lit up on his own.
Yes, he does.
Alright. Does he vanish, or does he just kind of walk away?
What time did you all? We'll meet want us just to all meet back up at the docks then, Milo? Talos kind of looks up from his list.
Perception check.
And one sec. I have to re-pull that up real quick.
See if he can beat his stealth. Nope. Dang, can't see him.
I get a tuft of beard hair just like flung up in my face.
No.
Yes, one came by.
And he's gone. All right.
Must have been the wind.
What? Actually, I've actually wanted to take a quick pop into that magic district. There's something I wanted to check, see if they had certain items that might be able to assist us on the way. You all want to join me?
Yeah, might as well join along.
I'll stay here. I'm gonna go try and give them some specs for the chapel for Dorlane.
Okay.
Well, you
Very well.
already had done that at Starfall Citadel,
Does work.
right?
Yeah, we're no longer at the Citadel anymore. We're at the port.
I knew that, obviously.
It's like, I know what I'm doing.
Trying to get Portland Montaigne to make a temple to Dorlane?
You know what? Yeah, he's going to do that. You must spread the word.
Alright.
Very well. We'll just. I'm guessing that we'll just meet over back at the docks then.
Alright, so as you all split off, where were you wanting to go first? Or were you wanting yours to be more on the private side, Milo?
I mean, you already know what I want, so it doesn't. We can just skip over that.
Yeah, I gotcha. Essentially, yeah, you will get what you're looking for, and you will also get told that you will get the information you requested previously. That obviously, like, while they're not sure exactly who or what is responsible, the fires over at Raven's Crest were targeted at individual bankers' like holdings, and the information that was received last, that banker seems to be bankrupt at this time, and is currently missing in action.
Alright.
But like they noted, and you will like kind of curiously note that it was like essentially one specific person in particular was majorly affected by what was happening over there.
You wanna kind of whisper me what's exactly that entails?
Oh, let me see if I can find NPC's name.
Is it the banker?
It was indeed a banker.
Will cast Kickler.
Yeah, there you go. And you with that history check, yes, that is the name. Ah, there we go. Yes. And so, yeah, that's the information you were able to receive from your little Aaron.
Was the tavern that I own there affected or no? Since before, no one was sure.
Wait, which one?
The tavern in Raven's Crest?
The information guard regarding that was that it's doing quite well for itself under its new ownership, new supplies, and new employees have flocked to it and have been hired up, and it seems to be doing very well for itself.
Nice.
I don't know if I have a background image for Port Lamontagne. Let me double check. Got plenty of other stuff going on. I got the map for it, but I don't actually have a background image for it. I guess we'll have to stick to this for right now. Anyway, so with that, obviously Talos and Dane, you make your way into the Magic District where you see lots of people are practicing magic spells and just showing things, making people ooh and ah. And so, what is it exactly you're looking for?
I was looking for a scroll, magical scrolls that could be used for certain purposes, like for certain situations and purposes.
Certainly. As you kind of look around, you do indeed kind of find a shop that seems to specialize in magic scrolls and books and more. As you make your way in, pull up that information. As this wouldn't be that one gnome's shop, Short Stack.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there's a gnome known as Short Stack's Magic Shack shop that's located in the Magic District.
So haven't we been there before?
You have. Which is why I found it quite amusing when Namfoodle happened to name his pony Short Stack. So I was like, oh, like after that one character that I called out back in Port Lamontagne months and months ago.
I don't think Namfoodle was there for that and realized that.
No, he wasn't. Milo would have noticed and realized that, but...
I wasn't thinking about that, alright? Leave me alone.
I know. Alright, so... Alrighty, so... Let me see what this place is called. Alright. Got all sorts of scrolls here. And the shop's name is called Hocuses and Pocuses. And so,
Run by three old ladies.
You know what? Yes.
Gosh.
As you enter, you find that there are three women in robes of various colors, currently going about moving books around, and a few of them setting up scrolls. And as you enter, one will look at the two of you, go, "Oh, hello, dearie. Please enter. Welcome to Hocuses and Pocuses. Please, what is it you're looking for today?"
Actually, I'm looking to see if I can acquire some spell scrolls. We're about to be heading out on a bit of an adventure. So looking for things that might be of a bit of a utility that might be able to assist us in certain situations.
Well, dearie, you've certainly come to the right place. We have all sorts of different scrolls and spells for adventurers like you. Come, have a look. Let me go ahead and... just to kind of make this easier so I don't have to read out every single one. Gotta get rid of that one because we don't want that. That's not a spell scroll that would be available right now.
Wish.
Yes, actually.
Oh god.
It randomly
Sorry.
generated that one. I was just like, ooh, yeah, that's not something that would be here.
We wish for Maldraxxus phylactery to be in my hand right now.
But then all of a sudden you see a whole mountain just collapse.
Yeah, we just see Lamontagne just move.
It just
It's like, oh no.
leaps up into the air and it's like diving towards you. And this is how we die.
And that is how we nuked an entire continent.
Ultron
Welcome to
style.
Argentin.
It's literally like committing an Ultron.
Oh dear.
Boop. Alright. Town Hall. Hocuses and Pocuses has been generated. So feel free to look through that. It's for scrolls that you can purchase.
Let's
And their
see.
pricing.
Excellent.
Some of these might require some look up specifically for some of them. Honestly, I don't know what Abby Dalzam's horrid wilting is actually. I'm not familiar with that spell. You draw the moisture from every creature within a 30 foot. You choose it. Oh, ooh, that's nasty.
12d8 necrotic damage on a failed save.
Oh, man,
Non-magical plants that aren't creatures
that's
wither and die instantly.
okay. It's an
Oh,
8th
God.
level spell, so that's why it's so nasty. That's like a serious blight. And obviously 10,000 gold.
I mean, isn't that the same as a wish scroll if you're wishing your enemy's death?
Well, I mean, unlike Wish though, which would literally kill them instantly. Like this is like it's just, like there's a chance they might survive. Talos just sweats as he sees the Conjure Celestial.
Yeah. Oh. I'm reading a couple of these real quick.
Certainly. If you have any questions on how some of them work, just let us know. I'm not sure if any of these would be of too much interest to Dane. And I will say the really expensive scrolls are obviously behind a lock case.
Yeah.
Especially any of you that sees like one of them that's specifically labeled power word kill. If
I would
asked,
assume so. Hopefully.
if asked, they'd be like, "Oh, yeah, that's a very, very dangerous spell. Only the most powerful of beings know that, and naturally, something like this, it's a very expensive piece."
Hey Tim, do you want to know something funny? Wish ended up back in there.
What?
All the way down the bottom, Scroll of Wish for 318,000 gold.
Ah, ignore that. Ignore that. I thought I removed that.
We just look over at the ladies and see the scroll poking out of out of the
Pokes
yeah.
it back into the shelf.
You didn't see anything.
Damn it. And just ignore that.
It's like some of these scrolls, I'm like,
But yeah, you can see how expensive that would be in game,
Yeah, just a bit.
in which none of you can afford it.
oh yeah.
I'm pretty close to it.
I think out of all of us, Milo is the richest.
I mean, he's got literal land.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, Oh god, that image of Stewie sitting on the front porch with a shotgun is like, it's good to own land.
Get off my land! The entirety of Antiva.
Any of these, you had any questions from anyone about any of these?
I'm having issues not letting me pull up on the first that scroll of gate. I know I can't afford it, but
Scroll of Gate. That's a
yeah,
very
it's not.
powerful spell. Essentially,
It's not letting me look that up for.
well, essentially, Gate allows you to basically create a portal that allows a large number of creatures to be able to pass through it. Essentially, it's a temporary version of the gateways that the scientists back in Lancaster were working on. That allows you to transport. Let me pull up the proper thing for it. So, Gate, it's a 9th level spell. You conjure a portal linking to an unoccupied space you see within range to a precise location on a different plane of existence. The portal is a circular opening which you can make 5 to 20 feet in diameter. You can orient the portal in any direction you choose. The portal lasts for the duration, which is up to a minute. The portal has a front and back on each plane where it appears. The travel through the portal is only possible by moving through its front. Anything that does so is instantly transported to the other plane, appearing in the unoccupied space nearest to the portal. Deities and other planar rulers can prevent portals from being created by the spell from opening in their presence or anywhere near within the domains. When you cast a spell, you speak the name of a specific creature. If that creature is on a plane other than the one you are on, the portal opens in the named creature's immediate vicinity and draws the creature through it to the nearest unoccupied space on your side. You gain no special power over the creature and is free to act as the DM deems appropriate. It might leave, attack you, or help you. So, essentially, if you think of something like, I once made an ally with that brass dragon in the ocean. I remember its name. Gate! I summon you! And it just will pop out through. So you can see how that could be powerful.
Yeah.
Or, you just do Avengers Endgame and just be on your left.
It's like multiple spell gates open up. It's like, how many of those did you buy? Enough. It's like, what? Is this not enough?
And was there a particular spell you were looking for? Because they could do custom work. And Dane, feel free if you are interested in any of these as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of them.
Talos is definitely looking at his eye keeps going over to that Conjure Celestial.
Yeah. Very expensive, but obviously with the Conjure Celestial, you were able to conjure more or less kind of like a celestial being that's obviously for you. You'd be able to conjure a Bahamut celestial being. Let me see here. Conjure celestial. You can summon a celestial basically a CR4 or lower, which appears in non-occupied space. It disappears when it drops 0 hit points or when the spell ends, which is up to an hour. It is friendly to you and your companions for the hour. It rolls in this. It has its own initiative, its own turns, and it will obey any verbal command that you issue to it without any action required, and as long as it doesn't violate its own alignment. So obviously you can't be like, Celestial, go kill that group of civilians over there.
Aw, man.
Be like, no. If you don't issue any commands to the Celestial, it defends itself from hostile creatures, but otherwise takes no actions.
Alright.
And that would be like a base level Conjure Celestial, because the only other Conjure Celestial you could do would be a 9th level, which would get you a CR of 5 or lower Celestial.
I think Talos is good. Like he's gonna definitely go with the Conjure Celestial and 1 scroll of Fireball.
Ooh, alrighty. As you see, it's 5,120 gold for the Conjure Celestial, and for the Fireball, that would be 400 gold. And that'd be a base level Fireball.
Alright.
Which, in case you need a reminder, I'm sure Dallen could provide it, but essentially it's a level 3 invocation spell. It does 8d6 fire damage within a 20-foot radius. Spending big money with that Conjure Celestial.
Yep.
And of course, if Milo or Soren wanted any magic spells, they could have relayed that to them before they left. If Milo or Soren were interested in getting any magic scrolls.
I mean, to be fair, Milo wouldn't know what's in there.
That's fair. But if he had any special requests, be like, hey, while you're in there, why don't you grab me a spell scroll of like heal or whatever. Anything from Soren?
No, Soren wouldn't really be moving towards anything.
Anything from Dane?
You know what? Dane's gonna buy a scroll of true seeing.
Ooh. That is certainly an expensive spell. But it can be very handy. So, as you get that, they explain to you that with True Seeing, essentially once you cast it, you have it for 1 hour, and you essentially have the ability to see things as they actually are. You can see secret doors hidden by magic. You can see into the ethereal plane if anything were to blink. And you're able to see to a range, like basically anything out to, all out to a range of 120 feet.
Nice.
Magic wizard eyes. And that's 2,560 gold.
Sounds good.
Very good. Anything more from you all in your magic shopping?
Nope, not on my end.
Would Milo be wearing his new thing when he meets up with the party next?
Yeah, most likely.
Alright. Any more shopping from Talos or Dane?
I'm pretty good.
Looking at his empty wallet.
A much lighter wallet.
Anything from you, Dane?
Nah, I'm good.
Alrighty. As the sun is getting ready to set, you all meet back up at the docks. Having gone through... Soren, give me a persuasion check real quick.
Why?
Because you're trying to convince a church to be put up for Door Lane. You head over to...
Would an almost nat 20 work?
let me do a counter roll just to make sure. Oh, you beat it.
Hell yeah.
God damn.
So as you head to the chapel district, where as you're going through, you see that there's lots of different churches, different gods. You find one to Tyr, one to Bahamut. You find one there's like all sorts of different ones, but you don't see any for Door Lane. And so as you kind of go to essentially the council and be like, hey, give me a temple in a door lane or you're racist. They're all like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Damn
okay,
right.
Okay, okay. And so they get all the information from you about door lane and what all would be necessary, and they're going to use city funds in order to kind of designate and build a temple to door lane and spread his word.
As it should be.
When Soren says someone's racist, everything's fine. When I say someone's racist, I get on the verge of death.
Well, when you put religion in the fact, that makes it a bit more.
But they will say that it'll obviously take some time for everything to get set up.
Likely story. I'll have to come back and see for myself then.
And so you all, as you meet up, you see that Soren seems to be in higher spirits than usual. And Milo, as he comes around the corner, you see he's wearing a baklava. A balaclava.
Ah.
I'm not sure if you're all familiar with that.
Hey, what you wearing there, Milo?
My face got cold.
Okay. I'm not gonna push more in that.
I was going to say, it kind of reminds me of some of the stuff that some of the young'uns would wear back in the hold when the beards hadn't come in fully. Well, it might be a little bit colder down south, so yeah. Good to be prepared then, Milo.
And that is true. I'm certain our traveling cloaks, these should keep us at least a little bit more warmer. I'm not quite sure with the seasons here. Is it getting close to winter for down south?
Depends on how the seasons are affecting the continent, to be honest. But I don't know, I guess we'll see.
Well, we have our traveling cloaks, so should be fine.
Hey.
And for any of you, in case you are curious of the particular time that it is, this is the... where's my note? Hang on. I lost it. I lost it! Give me a sec. I'll find it again.
Isn't this like the 10th?
Day 9 of Alliant. Which, in case you're not familiar with what Alliant is, I believe that would be like our September.
Okay. So not quite super cold, but getting there.
Yeah, summer is essentially passing at this point, as you are getting closer and closer to winter. I'll just double check. I just need to find that. I know I have the calendar somewhere. I need to put a bookmark in my book for this thing. I know it's towards the beginning. Hang on. Let's see. Astral plane. Planar travel. Oh, there you are. Alliant is, yes, the month is 9th month out of 12. Yeah, so it's basically like what our September is. It is the fading, with the Harvest Tide coming up as the next annual holiday.
Very good.
So yeah, you basically have that lovely combination of some days are really freaking hot, like you got 80-degree weather outside, but then like nighttime comes and it drops down to like 50s.
Yeah. I'm trying to add the scroll to D&D Beyond, but D&D Beyond is being... It's like, oh, you type... you yeah, it's going to give you a whole list of scrolls that just say spell scroll and the spell level, but if you try typing it in, it's like, nope, that doesn't exist.
Oh, Lord.
I think because it's a legacy item and they're slowly they're trying to get
Well,
rid of
I have it set up where it can pull up the legacy items. That's the thing. Yeah.
I added mine in as a custom item.
Yeah, just do that too.
Might have to help that way.
And add that item to... Alright, we can go.
Alrighty. So, as you find yourself at the docks, you see Milo has his balaclava on. You all see that Soren is happy. As you all kind of like say what you got for spell scrolls at the shopping thing, as you all kind of stand there with a few sailors walking down the docks. As the port is busy as always, though, as it's starting, the sun is getting ready to start going down. You can see that many are starting to move away from the docks to settle down for the night. So, what are y'all doing?
Just see what if there's any registered boards, see if there might be a ship we can take tomorrow. The times that they might be heading off. I'm pretty sure we might have missed any of the ships heading back that way. I'm looking up at the sky to see what to note the time.
Best you can tell, it might be about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Possibly even 5. But you don't have a specific feat that lets you know exactly what time it is.
Yeah. Tell us kind of look around and see if there's like any note, like oh gosh, for like dock time, like shit, like times like for the ship, like ships for like if there's anything I noticed, like the times for departure.
As you look around, you can see that around here there doesn't appear to be anything. It seems to be mostly oriented towards focusing on essentially current like shipping, like you can see that there's like directions that lead to like certain docks and dock numbers and everything else, but there's not exactly anything in particular that stands out as any sort of schedule. And roll me a history check.
Sure, 1 sec. Pulling it up. There.
All of us or just Talos?
I mean, anyone that wants to. I mean, you all have been in Port Lamontagne enough. As you're thinking about it, Dane, you know what he's looking for. You know that essentially down at the docks, like, it's mostly going to be business-oriented when it comes to the actual, like, chartering and everything else. You know that you need to head up to the shipping and chartering district that's on a tall hill that's above the port, basically. As you know, that's where they handle scheduling and getting things organized for shipping and transportation.
Hey, Talos. I think we gotta go up there again, if I remember correctly.
Oh, very well. Let's make our way then. So, heading up that way.
That's why I didn't ever transport over, because I couldn't copy paste it. Had to go back
Copy
to the
pasted.
had
No.
to go back to the old like Dundras map, because that's where I had the old Portland Montaigne map, which has all my notes and everything for what I had written down. Yeah, because there's the Salty Clam, there's the Fish Market, the Drunken Beaver. Oh, sorry, it's not the Drunken Beaver anymore.
Not anymore.
No, it's obviously. The Braying Donkey that's outside the walls, the Sea's Respite, the Grand Court, the Graveyard, Guard Barracks. Yeah. It's been a while since I've been on here. Ooh, there's the old battle arena where you all did that one PvP fight. That was fun.
Yeah.
One over in Antiva.
I got my ass handed to me.
I'll fucking do it again.
And I even have the old evil campaign stuff on this one. That's neat.
Oh boy. It's like, It's like,
Yeah.
it's like you will all remember this.
Yes.
What's that, like that Telltale Games where it says like they will remember this?
Hey, Herm, do you remember Herm's like the name for Herm's like familiar that he had with him?
Bick Bick.
Ooh. What?
Bick Bick.
Bick Bick.
Yes.
Yep.
I remember.
Why, what's up?
I see it now on this thing, and I was like, oh yeah, that's what I had it down on my notes at the time, was Big D.
Oh, yeah.
That's a trip through some memory lane there. That was fun. Anyway, so as you all kind of head up the hill as the sun's getting this set, you all make your way to the shipping district, where you can see that there's all sorts of different buildings and other stuff. You see that some are dedicated towards the shipping of goods. Some are obviously charting for courses to new lands to try and like investigate and map different parts of the world. Some are dedicated to trade, where you see that they're trying to, like, you can see a few people arguing and heated discussions regarding establishing trade lines and trade goods. Eventually, as you're kind of looking about, you will eventually kind of find one that is more transportation based. As you see that there's like some small groups of people that have lined up at a few of these to organize transport to other parts of the land. And which one are you looking for? Like, where are you looking to go specifically?
I believe we agreed we were going to be heading toward Duskwood and that lighthouse, I believe, right?
Soren also wanted to go to Antiva.
Antiva, there we go.
Okay, so that's 3 different locations. Obviously, Duskwood is located within the same area as you are in, so transportation should be quick and short. Down to the Wyvern's Eye Lighthouse, I believe that was called. Turn down that ambience because it's getting later, so that won't be nearly this loud. Yeah, the Wyvern's Eye Lighthouse. That one, obviously, like, it would take a little longer to get to. You'd have to go past the channel and down past the sunken temple that you all visited, and then probably another day's travel to reach the docks where the Wyvern's Eye Lighthouse is located. As for Antiva, I mean, you're already familiar with the last time you went there.
I mean, we could go on to Antiva just for a bit of a vacation. Try to relax a little bit after the shit we've been through.
Hey, that wouldn't be bad. It also means we could have a go in that arena that they've got over there again.
Yeah, if they still have it.
If they still have it, of course, yeah. So we got to see your the house that you've come into possession of over there.
Did I tell you guys about that?
Technically, by proxy, since you mentioned it to Garrett when you were all discussing things previously at...
Oh, actually, no. Before then, it was when the changeling read my mind. He kind of outed me on that.
Yes. There was that too. So a couple times.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've actually been over there anyway. It'd be nice to see how it's coming along. If it's coming along.
Plus, on your end as well, you also get to see the profits of the Comet's landings.
Of course.
Which, as a general reminder for that, in-game, since it is the 9th of Oleon, you have about 3 weeks in-game before you'll be getting your next shipment of profits from your locations.
Yeah, but I haven't got my profits from last month either. That's what I was asking about it before.
Oh, was that? I thought we did that already. Huh.
Not for this month. I grabbed the one from Port LaMontagne because we were in the area.
Right. Okay, so then... Yeah, anyway, while you all continue to discuss, I'll go ahead and calculate that up. I said talk.
So Antiva it is, right?
Well, it is on our route, but I'm a bit anxious on dealing with this, with finding information on Maldraxxus. But we could also find any information while we're there, since it is a centralized location.
Antiva centralized?
Well, enough where they get information might drip into.
That does make a little bit of sense. I mean, and Antiva definitely seems to be the place where information seems to get gathered quite a lot.
I'm certain that if anything, any people that are working with Maldraxxus will probably stick to places that like major ports like this would draw attention. There they might be able to get away with a lot of things since there's so much going on.
It also means as well by proxy that we don't have that Soren doesn't get left on an island
That is true.
on his own.
Unless Thorin somehow got over his anxiety here.
I'd be able to go by myself if you guys really need to go do something else.
No, we're coming along because we have nothing better to do, but...
Besides, leaving you out alone, I'd feel bad if anything happened to you, especially at places that you're not used to.
Soren would also be willing to go to Antiva because that's where Garrett's at.
Yes. I mean, I have. Sorry, give me 1 second. Like, right, get off that damn thing.
Stop being a Jabeen for 30 seconds, please.
So you're going to organize a trip to Antiva?
This sounds. What you think of it sounds good.
Alright. And more or less transportation-based instead of work-based, right?
What? Sorry, you cut out.
I was saying more transportation-based rather than work-based, correct?
Yeah.
Alright. Because that will adjust the time for how long it's going to take for you to get to Antiva. Because when you're working, that's going to take longer as you're usually dealing with a heavier load, you're slowed down. Whereas for transportation, you don't have to worry about that as nearly as much. And obviously, well, you won't get paid for it, so you'll have to obviously pay for it.
You had sending stones for Barbosa by chance. See if he's in the area.
Hey, I've got them. I can see if he's in the area.
What do you message to him? Yeah, 25 words.
Yeah, I'm just typing it out on my to a search bar.
I mean, you do have the Roll20 chat.
Do.
Hopefully Ryan will be back from getting scolded soon.
What's up? I'm back.
Hey, there you are. Anyway, what were you saying?
I forgot what I was gonna say, so don't worry about it.
About Garrett and Tiva?
Oh, you guys don't have to worry about leaving me there. I mean, Garrett's there. I'll have somewhere to hang out until I can get out of there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but still, we should probably try to finalize our plans before it gets too late.
Meanwhile, you see Dane is has a sending stone to his ear as he seems to be focusing on it. Focusing real hard. Real hard.
I type it as fast as I can, man.
What's more typing it out and then going? It's more typing it out and then just going. Okay, let me shorten it down.
Sweat starts to drop off his brow.
It's like realizing, oh, wait, it's too many letters.
Oh, it's not letter-based, it's word-based. 25 words. Something I always like about D&D is that, every day, some of us, when we were growing up, we got to see a world where, we had this kind of this sort of communication thing. It's like, you didn't really have a means of instantly connecting or communicating with other people, and then if you did, it had to be very brief and very short. And nowadays, you have your instant messaging and unlimited text and whatnot. Sometimes some people have unlimited minutes. It was once a time back in the days, you all remember, where you had to pay for minutes.
This is 25 words exactly.
Wow. You'll get a relatively quick response back. Yar! Afraid not, matey. We just arrived at Enardracool. We can be there in a few days. Would that work for you? And that's your one
I forget.
sending for the day.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's one sending a day, isn't it?
Yep. But it is getting close to the end of the day, so you'd be able to send a sending in the morning. But at that point, it would be that time, obviously. Because, let's see. You can give me a quick history check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. I'll go and give it to you. You remember that the travel from Enardracool to here by boat was a little bit longer than it would be via like horseback or maybe even train. You have a rough understanding that it took you a little under a week to get to Port LaMontagne from Enardracool via boat. About 5 days approximately.
How long do you think it would? How long do you think it would say take to get to an Enardracool by train?
Considering that the train is only connected to Lancaster.
Oh, it's only to Lancaster. I thought it went through. Or like.
I think they were starting it, but they never got because of the once they realized that forest was gone.
Okay.
I mean, technically, you could take the train and then hop off in the desert and make your way over to Enardracool. It just wouldn't be at an official train stop.
Tim, can I go visit the harbor master real fast?
You certainly could. Let me give a calculation here. Because let's see here. Obviously, it takes a little under half a day to get there, so 4, so let's say 5 squares is half a day, so 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Essentially, you're looking about on train. It'd take you about 2.5 days to make your way to Enardracool. 3 days proper if you were essentially if you started out in the early day and then walked on foot the rest of the way.
Okay. Something to keep in mind for the future.
Or wait, hang on, is that right? Hang on, I might have missed my math here. Alright, so that's half a day, 1 day. Oh, a day and a half, it looks like, actually. It would take about a day and a half to get to Enardracool. So basically 2 days is what it would take to get to Enardracool if you jumped on train and then on foot.
Okay.
Neat. So yeah, okay, that's yeah, that actually works out quite nicely now that I'm actually looking down and calculating it proper. So you can easily find this information at the train station, as they've obviously done a few test runs that essentially Enardracool is a halfway point, and if requested, they could establish a route to Enardracool if that's something that the treasurer deems appropriate. But essentially, via train from Port LaMontagne proper all the way to Lancaster is a 3-day journey.
That would definitely make it quicker.
Now that you've unlocked fast travel, basically.
Hey!
Not nearly as fast as obviously the teleportation gate.
Well, the gate's always going to be faster because it's magic.
Yes. Anyway.
The breaking of reality.
And so, as you go to the Dockmaster, what are you looking for, Milo?
I'm trying to. Well, A, I'm going to try to talk to him for at least a minute, and B, I'm trying to see if he knows of any ships that just came from or are heading to Antiva.
Certainly. And I'll say, you easily easily can talk to him for a minute, so I'm assuming you're using a bardic thing.
Something like that.
And so, is there any saves I need to do, or is he just kind of charmed?
No, nothing. I'm just talking to him for a minute.
Okay. Well, as you essentially talk to him, he kind of hums and haws, and it's just like, never mind. It's starting to get close to the end of the day. I'm sure that there's someone that just arrived. That there's a lot of paperwork to go through.
Aren't you the
in the morning?
harbor master, though? Isn't this your job to know this sort of thing?
Of course. You know how many ships we get through on a daily basis.
Milo
Right.
puts down 5 platinum pieces just to get an answer.
Well, I do recall that there was a nice shipping vessel that came in just about an hour or two ago. As he kind of quickly goes and flips through some paperwork. Here it is. Aye, it seems that they're looking to take on passengers to make a quick buck, as they transport a few minor goods, according to what the manifest there says, to Antiva. Not sure what those minor goods be, but according to this, they're paying for secrecy.
Very well, thank you. Wasn't that hard, now was it?
He jangles the platinum in his pocket, like, aye, you'd be correct. I'll be more accommodating in this services now.
That's what I fucking thought, asshole. Anyway, thanks. So Milo walks back out. What was the name of that ship again, by the way? Before I actually leave?
That is a good question. Yeah, okay. Aye, she be known as the Fever Dream.
The Fever Dream, okay, thank you.
Yeah, Talos is just kind of looking at some of the I'm pretty sure there's probably like a board that has a listing of of at least some ships that and times.
Yeah, you see that there's one ship called the Bachelor's Delight, one that's called the Quick Fortune, another one that you find called the Bold Venture, another one that's named Bloodhound, the Redwater Jewel. You see one called the Fever Dream, Between Secret.
Well, hopefully one of these at least might be able to get us there.
Yeah, hopefully. Or else we're looking at a couple days in order for Barbosa to come here.
True.
Milo comes back. Alright, guys. That one there. Follow me.
What's that?
Follow me.
Okay. Talos just starts following Milo, okay.
And so you're heading down to the docks there, Milo?
Yes, I'm heading towards Fever Dream.
Alright. As you all kind of follow Milo, you see that the sun has set and the sky is still a nice twilight color. There's still plenty to travel by, but you can definitely tell that it's getting late. As you see that many of the ships have come to dock. You see a few are starting to pull in slowly, as a couple are leaving late, but for the most part, most are coming in. You see quite a few sailors on the docks bringing cargo and moving it off the ship. You do see a couple that kind of yawn and stretch a little bit as they load up a last couple crates onto a ship before heading to shore and over to the... which one was that called? That one was... Yeah, they're heading to the nearby tavern. The Salty Clam.
The clam.
Until eventually you get about mid-dock when you see Milo kind of turn and look up at what looks to be kind of a smaller sailing vessel compared to that of the Kraken Skull. It looks a little bit like it doesn't sink as low into the water. It's got one less sail, but it definitely it seems to be about a brigantine style ship.
All right, wait here for a second. I'll be right back. As Milo kind of skulks off into the darkness real fast.
As you leave, you see that his balaclava seems to look like a cowboy hat suddenly.
All right. I guess he's doing his negotiating again. Let's let him do his work.
Looks like it.
So Milo, I assume that you kind of change disguises.
Give me a second.
Oh, okay. So, as you head on to the ship, you look around, you see there's only a couple crew members left as they're kind of moving off, and you see the captain's quarters has a candle lit up in it. As you enter, you see what looks to be a young female half-elf sitting there with long, wavy golden hair and blue eyes, with kind of the silky pink skin going on about her. So she kind of looks up and goes, oh my! And she kind of scrambles up a little bit and gives a half bow. Harbor Master! Oh, I was not expecting you to. What can I do for you?
I do appear to need some transportation for myself and 3 other people back to Antiva, if you can accommodate.
Certainly, sir. Absolutely. We're planning on heading there on the morrow.
How about you do it tonight, and I'll give you a free dockage next time you come here.
Oh, no taxes or anything? Well, that...
Everything. If you can leave tonight.
She kind of looks out the window for a second. Looks like, let me grab the first mate, and I'll have him round up the men. I'm sure that they'll understand that extra little pay will be certainly good. Obviously, we will of course have to charge a little bit. Standard fare is a gold piece per day to reach Antiva.
I thought me saying... I'm sorry, let me just back up a little bit. How much did you pay for your dockage here? Again?
Well, sir, it was 150 gold.
And I think you'll save more with, just accepting this little deal and not charging me my guess.
Roll persuasion.
Ow! Sorry, my dog just jumped up on my lap and he's not small.
And she goes, you must certainly right. I'll go round up the crew. You could have your friends and yourself bring up. Thank you so much, sir. That's going to save us so much when next we come here. Also, she kind of scrambles out the door and runs out.
Just, I was gonna say, I'm watching this girl just run by and like, wonder what what that's
Then
all about.
The harbor master will walk down to the dock towards the rest of Comet's company. All right, lads, come on.
Talon's kind of blinking for a moment.
Yeah, none of you went with him, so you just see this this dapper-looking individual in like kind of some rough cloth, seaworthy uniform, bit of kind of like a mediocre build. It's kind of a belly to him, and you also see he's got a bit of a 5 o'clock shadow going on. It looks like a rough and tumble guy, and he just is all like, "Come on."
I'm sorry. Who are you?
Hello, Shax. I think you want to come with me.
Insight.
Oh shit!
The way he says my name, it's like
Milo.
Milo. Like eyes squint. Like, what did you do? Like internally, it's like, what did he do now? Just, like, follow him, but at the same time, like Talos is gonna follow him, but at the same time, it's just like, what did he do?
And so you all kind of follow, and as you all kind of get settled into this brigantine, the fever dream, you watch as you hear a bunch of footsteps as a bunch of people move up on the gangplank, and you see there's actually a number of other civilians also joining as well. As you see some people, some women and men kind of roll on up. Some of them are kind of rubbing their eyes, and some of them kind of grumbling. It's like, why are we... As the captain kind of goes up to the helm and looks down, it's like, good evening, everyone. I'm Bach, the captain of the Fever Dream. Terribly sorry to have grabbed you a little early, but circumstances have arrived that we find that it would be most opportune if we set sail right tonight instead of in the morning. I'm sure that you all will appreciate getting yourself a little extra... getting to Antiva a little earlier than expected. Of course, for those of you that most of you have already paid, those of you who haven't will of course be coming around and receiving that a little later. Please make your way down to the below deck as will be leaving port shortly, and we hope you have a nice trip.
Very well. So Hal's gonna like, makes his way.
As you all kind of make
Bit confused, but
below. Yeah, you all make your way down below as you feel the ship kind of rock a little bit as you hear the workers kind of take things off, and the ship is unmoored from the dock, and you feel the waves bounce against you as you feel a very, very, whoops, yeah, sorry, I accidentally hit a button. You feel a very, very familiar sensation as you take off at sea. Okay. Let's see, do I have my sea background still? Where are you? Okay, well there's the desert background. Oh, did I lose it somewhere? Dang it, I lost it somewhere. Okay. Hold. And Soren, it's been a while since you've been on a boat, but how would Soren feel about being on the open water?
He doesn't like that there's not a whole lot of places to hide, so he is gonna stay in the bottom of the boat, where, like, in the most darkest recesses, so that no one can see him.
Sounds good. That's pretty, but that's not what I'm looking for exactly. That's underwater. You're not underwater right now. Yeah, that'll have to do. Alright, so, as you all kind of get settled, you hear a lot of the other passengers that are also finding bunks and whatnot down below. Like, you hear some grumblings like, I was just enjoying a good game of cards. I was for sure gonna win a big load of money with that, but nah. Well, speak for yourself. We were enjoying quite a lovely dinner when the crew came and told us that we were leaving henceforth, and we had to book it or be left behind. Now, they said you all were like out about doing something. They were banging on the stall right as I was going to the restroom. I was worried I wouldn't be able to make it.
That's a good thing you made it.
Yeah. I almost had things ready down my leg.
That would not have been fun. At least we're on our way now. Dogs. Dogs.
What?
Sorry, my dog is being a pain right now. It's raining over in our area, and there was a bit of thunder, and he's a coward. But
Naturally.
Dad, the noise. He wants to get. He's 100-pound. This is one of my big dogs. He wants to get up. They want to get up in my lap, and I'm like, no.
You're not a lapdog.
Come on, every dog's a lapdog.
Anyway, like Talos is still like kind of looking over at where, quote, the horror master, just like, what did he do to get this?
Which is some whispers about. It's like, what do you think? Why do you think the Hobbit Master is like taking a trip? I don't know. Hobbit Master's job is Hobbit Master's job. It's his business. Not my business. Like, isn't it quite curious though? I thought he had to stay in Port Lamontagne. Wait, don't ask no questions. Like, just be happy that we're on our way.
I'm on vacation, alright? Can you stop bothering me about these questions now?
Some of them realize that you overheard them, and just like, and just kind of look away and just look down on the ground.
That's what I thought, thank you.
And is there anything you all wanted to do before you went to bed for the night?
Well, I heard there was cards being played.
As one of the individuals kind of pokes their heads up, it's like, well, you think you won't take me on?
I'm sure I could take you on any day.
Ooh. Well, I got cheated out of a game this night. I wouldn't. If we could find a few more schmucks around, I wouldn't mind getting a little extra gold. And anything that Talos has wanted to do?
Yeah, I think Hal's kind of sticking to himself, kind of just like jotting down things in his as best he can on a rocking ship and his own little journal. Kind of at the same time, people watching.
Fair enough. Dane and anxiety, like anxiously looking out a window, making sure no giant birds are on their way.
Birds.
To distract myself, I'm going to go and see if I can inquire about joining in the card game.
Of course,
Yeah.
Dane. You can always join in my card games.
Hey, thank you there, Harbour Master.
5 minutes later, there's like, I'm all out of money.
Shh.
Dang it. Why do they all cost money? Sorry, I'm trying to get background going, but like everything is just all like, oh, you need to do this or this.
It's like it's microtransaction, microtransaction, microtransaction.
Let's try that. Yes. Swoop. Distraction. You all can look at the map for a moment. Ooh, isn't it so pretty?
Wow.
What a lovely map.
Wowie woo.
As anything Soren's doing? Just keeping low and keeping to himself?
He's keeping low, but also trying to brew without being seen.
Sounds good.
Want me to do a check for that?
Yes.
I didn't know Kesk was here. When'd you get here? Don't make me
He's
give you a cure
He is
wound.
everywhere.
Kesk is always here.
He lives
Cast
rent
cure wounds on
free,
him.
living rent free in everyone's mind.
Fun fact. I don't know if I should. I don't know if I should reveal that, like, because you could actually use that as a strategy later.
Oh God.
So
Probably best not to.
Yeah, I'll keep holding off on that one for right now. 15. So, anything you're in particular trying to make there, Soren?
Like I said, I don't know. You know what? He's trying to make whiskey.
Ooh.
More specifically, Irish whiskey.
Waterish whiskey, no mish whiskey.
All right. With a 15, as you kind of go through the process of the brewing, you add a few ingredients here and there. I will say that you're able to make kind of a weak whiskey with that. It's got a little bit of that kick and burn to it, but it's not nearly as strong as like a finely aged whiskey.
Gotcha.
But it has the flavor and everything to it.
Soren's gonna sneak up to Dane and kind of just like nudge him, like, "Hey, want to try this?" I guess that's a no. Soren's gonna walk away.
Poor Soren. Dane, why would you do that to him? Soren was
What
trying to
did I
share
do?
with Soren was trying to share a drink with you, and you just like ghosted him there.
My apologies, Soren. I was lost in thought.
Yeah, you want some? You want some whiskey? Soren's hiding. Actually, I should probably do a stealth check so no one sees him.
No one sees you.
Just see a floating bottle of whiskey.
Yeah, Soren just puts the bottle down and just slinks away.
I'll gladly partake it, Soren. What did? Well,
Oh, hey, free booze.
shit, but a good drink to waste. Dane's gonna start drinking the whiskey.
All right. So as the group kind of moves in there, it's Gambler's Brigade. Let's see, how many additional people are there? Because there's you, there's Dane, And
It's the one
Is at
guy who
least-
got cut out of the game.
Yeah.
Possibly 2 others.
Could I roll persuasion to see if I can get anyone to join us?
certainly can. So there's 3 of you right now.
21.
You're able to convince 2 other people to join you. So there's 5 of you total.
Yes.
All right. And so as you go in, the buy-in is 5 gold pieces from each individual. So I assume you 2 put down 5.
Yes, sir.
All right. The 3 others will also put down 5. So 5 times 5. That's going to be 25 gold pieces on the line. Essentially, each of you need to roll a d6, and essentially, you have to beat the total score of your opponents. You roll as many d6s as you wish, but if you roll a single 1, you lose. So, the first 3 guys are going to roll.
Yikes.
Well, one of them is currently ahead with a 2 there. Well, the other 2 immediately lose as they go, bucket it all, as the cars they draw immediately make them lose. It's like, there's the one that lost the rounds, like, get to 10. Luck's looking good for me tonight. Man, how did I roll 2 1s in a roll?
Let me check something real fast.
You gonna roll a d16?
Yeah. Your mic's getting real low with the sound again, Dane.
My apologies. It's like slowly sliding down my head.
So, Tim,
Oop, you're matching.
I got a question for you.
Is
So, because of part of my background, I have a set of loaded dice. Would I be able to use those?
ooh. Give me a sleight of hand check. He didn't notice. The other 2. Ooh, 1 might notice here. Looks like.
Nat 20.
Dane, roll a perception check. So, as you kind of like start to pull them out and start to roll, you hear one of them start to go, "Wait a minute! I don't remember that being the dice. Or I don't remember those being the what we're using here." As he starts to look at you in the eye. Anything you're doing about that, Milo? As you see that he clearly sees what you're doing.
My apologies, I dropped them. Must have just kind of like scratched the paint off them or something.
Oh, okay. As he just kind of leans back.
So, would Dane be able to hear what was said and kind of look at Milo while he's drinking his drink and just sort of raise an eyebrow a little bit?
Yeah, you could do an insight check. Ooh. Milo must have just accidentally dropped the dice there, so you're like, okay. So Milo,
Whoops.
you get to roll with advantage, d6s.
I don't think I need to roll with advantage right now.
Well, go ahead and roll for advantage because you could get a higher score. All right, so you got a 2. So
Well, like,
for this round, you're ahead by 1 point ahead of them, and so obviously the one guy that's still in, because like you can roll as many times as you want to get higher than your opponents until eventually you bust. And so
Gotcha.
Think of it like blackjack, except there's no limit.
Gotcha, okay.
And so the one guy is going to go, all right, come on. Book it
Yikes.
all! As he, like, immediately falls out. And so, Dane, it's now your turn.
Alrighty.
Ooh, you roll a 4, so keeping that in track. So your current score is 6. And Milo, your current score is 3.
3?
So you can roll again with advantage to see if you can get higher. Alright. So that puts you at 8. So,
Indeed.
so Dane, he's at 8, and you're at 6. Do you want you fold, or do you want to roll again to see if you can get higher than he is?
Yeah, roll again.
Ooh. So that puts you at 12. So Milo, you need
Yes.
to get you need to get a 4, obviously, to get ahead of him. Oh, another 6. So Dane, that puts him at 2 ahead of you at 14. That puts you at equal with 14. So.
Okay.
Oh, jeez. And so Milo pulls ahead with a 20. And you can always hold off and say you don't want to roll for any point in time until, like, he catches up with you if you want to, Milo. But Dane, he's got an 8-point lead on you now. You going to fold or are you going to pursue?
Oh, it was a 6-point lead
Was that 6 points?
because we were matching. We were matching, and then he rolled a 6.
Right. Oh,
Yeah.
and you lose. Giving the pot of 25 gold to Milo.
Woo! Milo will, well, hang on. Let me roll for this first. Milo will, return Dane's 5 gold back.
Alright. And so, you all have a fun night of gaming as Talos, he kind of people watches until eventually it is time for bed. Dang it, my Roll20 music thing isn't playing, so I'm going to need to pull on something else real quick. Give me a sec. Because you all need some ambiance music.
I mean, I can hear the ocean right now.
Yeah, I got that going on, but you need some music ambiance. Like some musical.
Just cracks out the Sea of Thieves sea shanties.
If only it wasn't.
Yeah, copyrighted.
Copyright infringement.
No, that's dark. We don't want to do dark.
You just hear all of a sudden the knock on the door, and just some minute the copyright guys from The Simpsons, the copyright lawyers.
That sounds interesting. Let's see what that sounds like. Nereid Ocean. Let's see if you can find it. No, that's not what I want. Play. Find it, Fredboat. What are you talking about?
I can't hear anything from Fredboat.
That's because it's not working for me. Okay, let's try that one. Since it does want to work with that one. Okay, I think they got it. Is it playing?
I don't hear anything.
Nothing.
Fredboat, what's going on?
Yeah, Fredboat's there. I see it.
Yeah, I see it. It's there. I'm like, Fredboat.
What is happening on my end right now? Why is everything not working? I'm blaming Dame on this. It's his fault. Oh yeah, that's a nice song that's working. So why isn't it playing? Here, let me try disconnecting and reconnecting. Let's see if that helps anything.
Oh, there we go.
Hey. Okay, I don't know what I did that changed, but hey.
Did a hard restart on Fredboat.
Apparently, yes.
There we go.
Yeah, since it was late, essentially we'll get kind of half-day start on here. Whoosh. Alright, as you all get yourself a long rest. In the morning, as you all wake up, you see a few of the people kind of go out onto the deck. You see that most kind of start to pull from their own packs and bring out food. As you realize that this was a voyage to save on pricing and whatnot, where they didn't actually account for people paying for food. So it was one of those bring your own rations sort of thing.
Mark off a ration from my pack then.
Oh, actually, can Soren use good berries?
I don't know, can he?
I mean, I would like to say yes, but
Does he have
he's on a
slots?
boat right now. Yes. Yes, he does.
Does he still have his holy symbol to Dorlane?
Yes, he has a shovel.
Then yeah, he's still able to cast it. He kind of conjures it out of thin air.
Ah, gotcha.
Or if you want to, you could say he has like his own pack of mud with him, and he's able to summon it from the mud.
Yeah, that sounds a lot nicer than just it disappearing. Or like instead he like a cloud of like celestial bodies shows up, a clear cloud, and a berry falls out of it. Yeah, I want that.
Sounds good.
Man, I was really hoping you were just gonna grab like 5 berries out of some mud, kind of wipe them off, like, oh, yep, here you go.
There's also mud floating around in the cloud. This special mud.
Special mud.
So I need, unfortunately I rolled low enough on my percentile die. I need one of you to roll me a D100.
Oh god. I don't trust Andy rolling it anymore, so I'll guess I'll do it.
Oh, what? You think I'm gonna summon a war band of orcs from the ocean?
Yes, I'm afraid they're gonna summon like 3 pirate ships behind us.
Black sails, pirates.
Alright, as you all are kind of mulling about, watching as the waves go by, the land around you kind of moves on. All of you roll me a perception check.
Alright.
Yeah, alright.
Perception.
Ooh, towels.
22.
Well, you'll be the first one to see it. This makes a lot of sense, because, like, you can't see past the guardrail. Like, there's a whole wall there that...
I didn't realize I had a natural one.
What do you think? I was just bashing on you like, oh, look at you so-and-so.
Look at you, you short little shit.
Well, I was gonna put it like that.
It's right, little guy, you tried your best.
But Talos, as you're kind of looking about, you see floating on the edge of the water what looks to be a casket.
Huh. Well, I'll be.
Yeah, a full-on
I was
coffin that's covered in barnacles.
Talos is gonna get out his one of his ropes and try to like lasso it.
All right, give me an athletics check. You are able to kind of throw it, and you hear a nice satisfying clunk as you land it just behind, and you pull, and you do, in fact, hook this coffin.
Coffin?
Yes. Like a casket, a coffin.
I thought you said when I heard casket, I was thinking like I wasn't thinking like that kind of like that. I was thinking it was more.
Did you want to change your answer then?
I'm gonna point it out to the group first before I attempt. Look at that! Look there. Appears to be a. Is that a casket? What in the nine hells is a casket doing floating out at sea?
Can I go down there and find out?
Ugh.
Hey,
I'm certain I can might be able to get it with one of my ropes. I can probably pull it. Captain.
I
I let her know about what's out there, like
Oh, it's
with the casket.
it's probably just sea debris. I mean, I guess if you wanted to, you could pull it aboard. I don't know. It could be bad luck.
Hmm. Well, one of my companions might be able to go out there and check it out.
Does Soren have anything to say on the matter?
Yeah. Sure. I mean, I can't really see what's going on, so. Soren's just staring at the side of the boat. Just his whole entire face is just covered, just staring at a wall, essentially.
He does. You're able to hear that he says that there's a coffin just floating out there.
Oh, a coffin. Can we bring it up here? I'd like to see what's inside.
Well, I could definitely see if I can lash it with a rope and see if I can pull it closer. Take a closer look at it, see if there's anything. If it's sealed, then it might have been some type of burial ritual if it's been fully sealed.
possibly, but from what I remember, sailors don't exactly bury their dead in caskets. They normally just kind of toss them over the side, like a burial at sea.
All right. Like, Talos, do you need me to roll again, or?
Nah, we'll use your previous roll.
Yeah, just goes and lashes and pulls and starts pulling it closer to the boat.
You're able to get it right up next to it.
Right. I tie it off and then I take another rope to see if I can get shimmy my way down the side of the boat to see if I can get a good look at it.
As you take a look, you can see that the coffin itself is absolutely covered in barnacles. It seems to have been floating around here for a while. You can see that it is indeed locked. Like, it actually has a latch and a lock on it, which seems to be fairly intricate. And you can see that engraved on the wood above the lock is a word, Cassius.
Cassius. I take the light hammer off my side and kind of try to see if I scrape off any more barnacles, see if I might be able to see anything more that might be written down.
As you kind of scrape off, you see that essentially, this casket, which is definitely worn, like you can see that, obviously, as you scrape off some of the barnacles, you can see that underneath that there's some remnants of what looks to be kind of like some paint, some filigree. As you're kind of expecting it, you can tell that essentially this coffin seems to be fancier than like the normal, just kind of plain old wood coffin. Seems at one point in time when it was perhaps newer and not floating around in sea, it was probably considered rather fine taste.
There's a name on the there's definitely locked at Cassius.
I'm gonna cast detect magic on it, just in case there's anything magical about it, of course. Either of the coffin, or if there's anything inside that's potentially giving off magic properties.
When it comes to the coffin itself, as you cast detect magic, you don't sense any magic with the coffin.
Okay. Well, can't feel any magic coming from this. If unless there's something dampening on the side, it's just the regular old coffin. Rather fancy one, looks like, but.
What say you, Captain? Want me to bring it aboard?
Well, I don't know. I mean, could there be undead in it?
Let me check. I close my eye. I use brain.
I don't want to endanger the passengers.
Well, if there is anything in there, I'm just gonna like swing my axe around. I think this one will take care of it.
Oh. Well, I'll trust your judgment. So you're doing something, Talos?
He's doing something secretive.
I'm reading something. Try to remember which one of my abilities allowed me to detect. So I have protection from good and evil. That's just like gives me advantages and protects me from. But I'm trying to remember the ability I had that allowed me to sense the divine. I think it wasn't divine sense. Let me see. Features, traits.
You're like channeling you one of your paladin abilities, I believe, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at them, trying to double check and make sure.
Smite, Sacred Oaths, Divine Health.
Turn Unholy. So if I remember rightly, I had an ability. I'm pretty sure I have an ability. Yeah, there it is.
Evil registers on your senses, like a noxious odor. As an action, you can open your awareness to detect such forces until the end of your turn. You know the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet of you that is not behind total cover.
Ooh, would a casket be considered total cover, though?
Yeah.
Damn.
So you'd have to open it in order to, and then sense in order to know.
I'm not sure if I'd be able to sense it through the coffin. I'd have to open it. And this lock seems...
Does Dane, Milo, or Soren have anything to say on that?
My apologies, I blanked for a second.
Because I know there's probably another spell, like in particular, if any of you know a particular spell that might be able to assist you without having to open it.
If it's detect good and evil, I do not have it.
Yeah, it's detect evil and good.
Yeah, I do not have that. I thought Talos did, though.
I don't believe Soren has that either. I mean,
Let me
Soren
double
could
check.
just try and dispel spell anything.
I have protection from good and evil.
That's protection, okay.
See if I have detect good and evil.
So we're trying to find if there's an undead in this, right?
I do, but it's not prepared.
Ooh.
Skills, action.
You
Wait,
know, we could always
is it-
just leave it in there.
I mean, it's locked up. I mean, clearly whatever it is ain't getting out anytime soon.
Well, it is still quite locked up. If anything, I can have one of my me and my companions can keep an eye on it.
Hey, if anything,
As a
well,
location, you know the location of any undead within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover that isn't protected from divination magic. That isn't protected from divination magic until the end of your next turn. Is this protected from divination magic?
It is not.
Okay, I am going to use Eyes of the Grave.
Hmm.
I can detect any undead within 60 feet that isn't behind any total cover that isn't protected from divination spells. So,
You
is there anything in there?
get a ping?
Oh, there is something in there.
Hmm.
It's undead.
It's undead.
No. Yeah. Now I don't know exactly what it is, but I just know that there's undead in there.
Well,
well, the way I see it right now, we've got three options. Option one, which would be the easiest, we toss it back overboard and let it continue on its merry way. We open up the box here on deck, and if it's an undead and there's its intent on harming anyone, we put it back to sleep, per se. Or option three, we keep hold of the box for now until we get to Antiva and then deal with it from there, whether trying to give it a proper burial or dealing with it in a more physical manner.
Soren seems a little bit greedy at the moment. I'd like to see what's inside.
if there's something undead in there, I don't want to put a risk of the whole ship, the people on the ship.
We just, just kind of, as Malachi just motions to shove it off the side of the ship.
Soren looks dejected. Fine. Alright.
If we do that, we should probably put a warning on here just in case. Don't want somebody opening it up and unleashing it. If what I think might be in here.
Hey, what do you think is in there?
Well, with how ornate this casket is, and the fact that it's locked, I believe there might be a vampire inside. Could be wrong. The only things I've ever dealt with vampires is old stories, both from my father and from the books, but all the stories said that they really liked their ornate caskets. What one's doing out floating on the seas like this?
You know, unless it had a, if it is a vampire, could have been captured and stored on a ship and then fell overboard or tossed overboard when they figured out they
True.
couldn't kill it.
True. I'm just gonna roll a history to see if the word name Cassius ever pops up to my mind for any of the stories I've read.
That's a really high check.
Wow, I was not expecting that. I was actually expecting something lower.
Let me roll percentage here. You've heard of bedtime stories. You know, boogie monsters and whatnot, of tales told to children to keep them from going out at night, about a fiend once known as Cassius the Fierce. A sort of predator of the night that would snap up children and women and essentially at the dead of night while they were out and about and they'd be never seen again. Could be related, could not be related, hard to say.
If we're going to shove it off and leave it to the seas, I might want to put at least put something on here to warn anybody. Maybe I can scratch in some a warning. Let me see. I'm gonna attempt to scratch onto the actual wood, warning undead inside.
Okay.
Do not open.
But try at least. What would I have to roll to attempt that? Because I am kind of hanging off the boat on the side, so on a rope. So
Acrobatics, I'd say.
13. It's like it's messily. It's very.
You managed to scrawl on there. Don't dead open inside.
Oh God. I get there.
Move over.
Okay.
What do you put down, Milo?
Do not open. Just make it real simple.
All right. Might go and delash the thing and let it go back into the ocean. Take it.
You hear us as it bobs back into the water and bounces off the side of the ship and proceeds to float off down the channel.
Yeah. Well, that's one problem we have avoided. Get back up. Pull myself back up the rope. And wrap that up and put it back in my bags.
As you make your way up, a few people watch as the casket disappears on the horizon. Otherwise, you all have an uneventful rest of your day. As it comes to nighttime, is there anything you all wish to do?
I think Talos will be on top of the deck, kind of just going his this regular workout. Even though he's on a ship, he's not gonna not do his regular workout regiment as best he can with obviously doesn't have any weights or anything, but he's at least able to do some cardio things and push-ups and
Certainly.
mock fight, shadow boxing kind of thing
Yeah,
with it.
perception check.
11.
How sneaky are they? Ooh. You find that your exercise goes quite well. You kind of take off your shirt a little bit, the sweat glistening off of your scales as it is obviously you're out in the ocean. It's quite warm out there, but you find that you get a good amount of exercise in. Anything Soren's doing?
Someone's gonna be praying to his god, trying to. He's more just trying to see how. Yeah, he's just doing prayers, just trying to. I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought way too much.
You thinking about that test you have to take later?
Yes, I am actually.
That would be
I'm worried of what I had to roll that perception on, and I didn't notice at all.
I assure you, it was very innocent.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't notice. You don't need to worry about it.
Soren is actually gonna go up to onto the crow's nest, and he's going to be staring at the stars, trying to read the constellations.
That's very lovely. Roll me a religion check.
Got it. Religion.
13.
Why is religion intelligence? It annoys the hell out of me.
A lot of people think the same thing. Well, as you kind of take a look up at the stars and kind of like you send some prayers up, like you feel your connection to Dora Lane, although it's obviously a little dampened by the fact that the nearest amount of soil or land is like maybe a mile or so underneath you. And
He always has his jars of mud.
he always has his jars of mud. And as you look at the stars above, the different kind of angle of perspective you're getting from being in the ocean water and the changing of like different like hemispheres throws you off a little bit, but you're able to kind of get some modicum of success, as it brings you some comfort in this kind of unfamiliar territory. Anything Dane's doing?
Dane's gonna go back to practicing his gemcraft, seeing if he can start the basics of fashioning a new ring.
Nice. You can go ahead and roll your jewelry kit. Ooh. As you kind of take a look, was there a particular gemstone that you had in mind for a new ring?
I think I'm going to take one of the... was it the actual blue quartz?
Mm-hmm.
And I had a while back, and I still have it in my inventory, a... where is it? Hang on, I've lost it.
You had a thing?
It was an old, like, piece of gold stuff.
So you're going to kind of use the soft metal of the gold to essentially fashion it into a ring and inlay the quartz in it?
Yeah.
I'll say that for that good check, you're able to get half the work done necessary. You're able to get a rough shape hewn into the metal itself, and you kind of work down the quartz a little bit, breaking out some of the kind of rougher edges and getting kind of a bed set up for it to essentially be implanted into the ring proper. So
Okay.
you're about halfway there.
Very nice, very nice.
And Milo, what is Milo doing? Is he continuing to look like the harbor master?
Well, yes. I'm gonna see if we can gamble some more.
Very good, very good. Roll a persuasion.
What, are you scared to gamble more away? Never mind, no you are not!
Boy. Well, I was gonna do just a base D6 for that, but now I'm upgrading it to a D12, as you get 9 people that are into this.
Dane sitting close to enough to kind of watch the game while he's doing his craft.
Good lordy, that's a lot of people you convinced to gamble. As everyone is thinking, you kind of put on a thing and it's like, oh, I just like to play it for fun, and I'm not usually very good. A few of them are like, ooh, I can make some quick gold here. And so you're able to get 9 suckers in here. Let's see, is there a different one we want to do here?
You just want to do a percentage like it was last time?
Yeah, we'll do.
On the... Okay.
Bloop. Wait, what was the last time? I forget. I gotta forget what I did that time.
On the cruise. It was like a percentage. I rolled the D100 if I got above the threshold. I'm 1.
Oh, yeah. That's right. What was it? Was it a 40 or 50? Something like that?
I think because I was cheating, it was down to like 30. I had to roll above 40 or 30 or 40, one of the two.
That's right, yes. So, okay. So essentially you got like a 50-50 chance at winning here, and...
Wait, even with me cheating?
Well, if you're cheating, obviously that's going to change.
Okay.
So you'll have to do a sleight of hand to see how well you're cheating. Oh, good lord. Yeah, that'll get you down to like you gotta roll basically above a 30.
Okay.
And let's see. And these aren't going to be your rich kind of people, so essentially most of them are going to be gambling. Let me see here.
I'm assuming like 5, 10.
Ooh, I rolled an 11, so that's 11 times 9, so we're looking at 99 gold is on the line.
Very well. I'll put 11 in as well.
110 gold.
So go ahead and roll a D100. Ooh, and you get the pot. As you get a profit of 99 gold. As everyone's just like, a bunch of them grumbling. It's all like, how did you do that? It's like, I thought you said you never win these things.
I mean, it's all luck. I just got lucky this time.
It's like, finish up gambling for the night. You all have yourself a pleasant evening. And upon the next day, you will wake up enjoying a nice long rest. Alrighty, and... yeah. On this particular day, nothing happens. You all have a very pleasant sight as you all wake up in the morning to see the channel opening up before you. As at least the 3 of you that have been through this path a few times, you recognize the opening channel that leads inland towards La Montagne as well as Duskwood, and you recognize that if you were to head north from here, you'd end up over at Enardracool. Dane, you actually get a message sending back. Ahoy, lad! Were ye still neat in transportation? The crew be ready to head to Port La Montagne if ye be needing us. And while he writes for that, was there anything that you wanted to do on this particular day, Talos?
Trying to think. Talos will be like kind of seeing if there's anything on the ship that might need some a bit more like help with you with his strength wise, to move things that you moved around, everything.
Certainly. Roll me an athletics check. 11.
Are you kidding?
As you kind of look about and you inquire here and there, you find that this is a relatively smaller ship. You're able to kind of help with a few crates moving here and there, but otherwise you see that the crew kind of has everything handled, and you're just kind of left there, just kind of like, well, I guess I could just relax a little bit. Anything Dane is doing?
I'm just replying to Barbosa.
Right. Anything Soren's doing? Besides making faces at me?
Oh yes, he's making faces at God.
He's just staring up at just straight to
Sorry,
the sun.
It's like, that's
He's
not a
made
good
the
idea.
natural 20 perception check. He sees everything, the ones and the zeros, and the
Like, you
giant
see his
demons who look down on
his
him.
eyes are burnt out, but he's like, I see everything.
I know. Oh.
I looked beyond and I saw eternity!
Soren. Soren, calm down there, buddy. It's okay.
We can actively hear Fred Voight's music.
What is that? What is that music? Why is it getting all excited and agitated all of a sudden?
Soren, it's okay. Just go look at the sea creatures. It's gonna be okay.
Grabs a hold of
Smell
you.
takes out.
What does initiative mean? Anything you're doing, Milo?
Come on. It's gambling. Of course.
You're spending a day gambling?
If you can persuade someone to come join.
I'll say we with disadvantage, as a lot of people are working, or, well, a lot of people also lost money last night. But with a 19,
enough.
that's still enough to net. God dang, 4 people.
Jesus.
We got 4 people.
Some
that
people are gonna
going in.
they got on this boat with some gold and they're gonna be leaving. It's like, I have nothing.
They're putting down
No.
2 gold this time, though, so you got 8 gold on the pot.
Well, alright, I'll take it.
Well, you gotta gamble first for it.
Well, yeah, but. Same thing as before?
Yep. Go and, well, yeah. That's not nearly as high. That'll put you at about a 35. Anything higher than a 35.
D.
Ooh, you lost 2 gold.
Oh no! Ah!
Very good, Dan. Your message sends off, and well, you can't obviously receive any messaging right now. Right now, you feel that that is a satisfactory answer.
Very good. In that case, I'm going to go back to working on this ring.
Sounds good. You go ahead and roll your check, and then was there? I know we were joking earlier. Was there something Soren was doing?
Soren's gonna go on the crow's nest and just start brewing up there.
All right, go ahead and roll me a brewing check.
Right here.
A 10. As you kind of brew, you get around to creating kind of a clear liquid. You feel that perhaps it might need to sit a little bit longer, but it does have some alcoholic smell to it. But when you kind of have a taste to it, it's just like kind of bland. Like you can get that alcoholic burn, but that doesn't really taste good, but it doesn't taste bad either. I feel like it could be a nice base.
You made Everclear.
It's
No,
not nearly as
it's not
strong as
strong.
Everclear.
Ah, gotcha. I heard clear liquid is like.
Could be like a vodka. But no, you would need to roll like a 1 or a 2 to get Everclear.
Alright. Soren's gonna try and talk the other person up here to drink it.
Give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion. 6.
I don't know, little one. I'd be kind of working here. I kind of have to look around to see if there's any danger. I shouldn't be, drinking on the job.
Right. Alright. Never mind then. That's what Soren's been doing.
He kind of leans down and goes, later tonight, though, when I'm off duty. Alright.
Soren gives him a thumbs up.
Alright. And 1, 2, 3. You all proceed to have another uneventful night as you finish up your gambling, Milo. You get about another quarter of the way done, so you're nearly finished with your ring there, Dane.
Very nice.
Talos, I assume you're still exercising.
Yeah, a little bit. Like, just like kind of like nothing super extraneous. Kind of just as like his normal routine.
Roll me another perception check. Ooh. Having the previous day, you kind of felt odd, like maybe there were eyes upon you. So this night, as you're kind of exercising, getting sweaty, getting real into it, you happen to kind of gaze over, and you notice that there's a couple eyes from around a crate that are looking and staring at you as you're exercising. And I'll say with that 25 perception, you're able to also kind of overhear a little bit as you hear what sounds like some kind of like higher pitched like whispering going on and some giggling. So you deal with that with however you wish.
Talos is gonna not really fully look over, just kind of like a slight glance. It's even though he's like looking to where their eyes, it's obviously like he's not trying to look in their he's not making it look as if he's looking at them, but just like seeing like they're there, but then continue on with his workout routine.
Mm-hmm. That was just kind of a part of like the old YMCA kind of thing. I don't know if you all heard those old stories. If you haven't, TLDR, basically, back in the days when YMCA was literally only men and boys, there were lots of times where obviously some girls or women would tend to dress up or tend to try to sneak in to basically watch as they would exercise and, get all sweaty and, that sort of thing.
So Talos has an admirer for the moment.
He's showing off his muscles and whatnot. Obviously, there's going to be some that will have taken notice.
And here I thought I was the bard.
You're the bard with your words. He's the bard with his muscles. I mean, he's got a freaking, belts that gives him, like, a super strength. Other than that, you all have yourself an eventful day. Oh, an eventful night, I say. Ooh, I rolled low again. I need another one of you to roll me a D100.
I shall do it.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Whoa, a 98. High roller here.
Let's go.
Generally, higher the number is usually the better. Let's see what we get here. Oh, interesting. Okay. All of you quickly roll me an initiative, just so I can get a basis for my roll here.
Okay.
Uh-oh, did I mess up?
No. I just need to determine which of you is 1, 2, 3, and 4.
That's code word for yes, you fucked up.
Ah, yes, got it.
I need
Initiative.
you for you, Soren.
Yeah, give me a sec. I was walking around my
Alright.
house.
And now I roll a 1d4. Of course. Milo!
Yes.
As the day goes on, you're kind of looking over the side of the ship, out into the flowing waters. Off in the distance, you actually see the Lyle outpost, where you see a few of the Port La Montaigne patrol ships are kind of going back and forth. It seems that Lyle
Neat.
outpost is just as busy as ever.
Heck yeah.
As you do, you hear a splash from beneath you.
Why is that not what?
Reroll. That's like a double
It's
nat
like,
one
that's
too,
not-
isn't it? No, well, the other one is reliable.
No,
talent.
well, I mean, both of them are reliable talent,
Yeah.
but yes, I will reroll. That's better. Kind of.
Yeah. Da, da, da. I wonder if there's actually a thing for that. Let me double check. Because I'm kind of just going off of role-playing stuff here, but let me see if there's actually is stats for this thing. It's technically that, I guess. Let me see what that looks like. That works. Yeah. Basically just a little bit better than base stats. Alright. As you are kind of, like, looking at the island, you hear a splash. You kind of look below, and you see kind of hanging on to, essentially, a rope ladder that kind of dangles off the ship in case anyone goes overboard. You see what looks to be a beautiful individual just kind of looking and staring up at you.
Who are you?
Their eyes kind of pop open a little bit as they realize you see them. They're like, "Oh, I did not realize that you could see me. Hello." And she kind of just floats a little bit, just looking at you.
I'll ask this again. Who are you?
Oh, let me check my notes here.
As Milo slowly starts to pull out his dagger. Or a dagger of his, I should say.
Ah, my name is Anrin. I'm a merfolk that lives in the water below here. I'd like to come up and look at the ships as they pass by. There are lots of interesting looking individuals. But you...
Okay, have a good day as Milo cuts off the ladder.
Okay, you cut the ladder and, like, she kind of splashes back a little bit, but kind of swims forward. She's like, "But wait, you're curious, you're different. I was curious about you." And she is able to keep up
boy.
with the ship.
Oh, this is awkward now. Okay,
Kind of
what do you want? Actually, you know
Do I
what? No.
notice this?
I will say you can all the rest of you roll perception.
I doubt it.
That's a persuasion check.
Oh, sorry. I thought I had
Persuaded me to allow you to reroll.
Yeah, I don't think I'll notice that.
Dane, you definitely don't notice, but for you, Talos, I'll say yeah. You notice that kind of Milo draws a dagger and cuts a rope. That leads to a ladder on the side of the ship as he's kind of looking down over the wall. And Soren, from the crow's nest, you look down and you see that there's some sort of large fish-like thing floating next to the ship, kind of keeping up in pace, and it seems to be talking to Milo.
So I was just like kind of like leaned up against like one side of the ship, was like just chewing on a piece of ration. Like, what the heck is he doing now?
Soren's just pointing at the fish person and just starts screaming.
Jesus Christ. Of course you do.
Meanwhile, Onren looks at you.
his little voice just gets carried off into the wind.
He's all up at the crow's nest, so yeah, it kind of gets carried off. As
I mean, there's one person up there with him.
As he's like, what is it? What do you see?
And inaudible freaking Jerpine squeaks.
Squeak, 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 squeak.
It's so high pitched that no one even realizes that it's going on.
It's only sound that dogs can hear.
Ooh. As Onren kind of looks up at you and goes, "You look like a child, but clearly you aren't a child."
I'm still disguised as the harbor master, Tim.
Oh, are you?
Yes.
Oh.
Soren's gonna climb down and kind of just hang out with Aaron, with
Okay,
Milo.
Go ahead and roll me. Well, is this a roll or? Because this would be disguise self. Let me double check. See if she makes this, because this will change some of her dialogue a little bit. Let's see. D disguise. Dispel. Disguise self.
Will she be able to see me?
Let's see. They need an investigation check against your spell save DC. So, what's your spell save DC, Milo?
17.
17. Ooh, she got an 18.
Let me hang on.
And she kind of looks up at you and goes, "I can see that there's something strange about you, and I'm just curious."
Milo will kind of look around.
You seem taller than what you are. Oh, sorry, you were saying?
Milo's gonna kind of look around and be like, "Yes, I'm actually a genie."
Her eyes wide and it sparkles. It's like, "Oh, what's that?"
If you ask me 3 questions, I will answer them. But you have to promise not to follow us.
Oh, okay. Where are you going?
We're going to a land far to the west called Sturma.
Wow, I've never heard of such a place. I've never really been on land. That sounds so cool. Another question. What do you do for a living?
I write songs for a living.
Ooh. I've always heard the songs of some sailors off the side of the ships. They always sound so dreamy and interesting. Wouldn't mind meeting a nice sailor one day. And she kind of splashes her fin down below a little bit, getting a little anxious about a last question. What is the most delicious above water treat you can have?
Pomegranates. Because that seems like a very fucking Greyhound question.
Yes, it is.
I will ask the sailors in the next few ships if they have pomegranates. I would love to try one now. You're so nice. Thank you. I hope you are well, Genie. And she kind of dips below the water, and her fin kicks up over, and as it does, it flings up what looks to be a shell.
Milo will try to catch it, I guess.
Acrobatics. Easily, Ned. As you catch the shell, it seems to be a very lovely and intricate conch shell. And she's gone. Talos and Soren, as you are looking at this, you see this conch shell just come up, and Milo, disguised as the dockmaster, catches it. As you
Lower. Oh,
as you look
what are you
at
gonna say?
Oh, sorry. You go ahead, Soren.
So, hey, what you got there?
Milo, as you look at it and you kind of sense for your arcana, you do get a sense that there's some sort of magical energy to this. It's very faint.
I'm not entirely sure. I got this conch shell, I guess. Seems to be magic, but I don't know what it does.
Well, alright. Can I do a nature check on it?
Sure.
Nature.
The ocean is kind of a unique beast, and as you look at this is a very intricate and beautiful shell. You're not quite sure what about it would make it magical or not.
Oh, yes, the shell's made out of shell. Goodbye. Soren just walks away.
Oh, Soren, by the way, before you leave, I knew you were right next to me.
Oh, did you actually make the perception check?
No, I have blind sense. I know when anyone's within 10 feet of me,
Yeah.
even if I can't see them.
Soren just looks at you terrified. How? How did you know?
Magic.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare!
Well, Soren goes back to the crow's nest. Goes back to his brewing.
And so, is there Talus doing anything, or is he just kind of like, huh, Milo's got a shell now?
Yeah, Talos is just kind of like look, just kind of still like kind of leaning back against that part of the section of the ship, and just kind of staring, like, just, do I want to know? Do I really want to know? No. Just go back to munching on my ration piece.
So the rest of your day goes uneventfully until at nighttime, when you all decide if there's anything you want to do before you go to bed. Is there anything you all want to do before bed? Dane?
I'm gonna try and complete the ring.
Alright, roll me a check. Yeah, that'll be just enough. You're able to finish your blue quartz gold ring.
Hey.
It's got a nice, you're able to get some kind of engraving inlaid to the outside of, like, do you have like a vision of how you want this to look, or you made a flavor for you?
I know I kind of want to have... I've like chipped off some of the actual quartz itself to kind of like smaller gems. I've got the main gem like at the front, and then 3 smaller ones on each side.
Yeah. They have a nice, like, almost beautiful blue, like, not glow to them, but like, kind of a sheen to them. As you look at it, you have the main gem and then the 3 others surrounding it. The gold itself having a little bit of some fine detail work inlaid into it, overall making it a very lovely and perhaps valuable ring.
Hey.
Anything
Wow, you're valuable?
Soren is doing?
One would like to do a brewer's check.
Ooh, anything you're going for in particular?
He's trying to make a batch of his family's brew.
I'll say with that, you very easily make the exact brew. It tastes just like it.
Does he make enough for the whole entire ship?
Roll me a D100.
Bet.
You make
83.
enough to serve to 83% of the crew and passengers.
Nice. All right. Soren's gonna go around and just start giving it to random people, but first he makes sure to give one to the group first.
And so a good majority of the people, some of them are like, I don't drink. And so you're able to basically get those that want a taste of your brew, and a lot of the people are like, oh wow, yeah, especially those that haven't had any decent alcohol in the last 4 days. They quite appreciate the brew.
Nice. All right. Well, that's what Soren's doing.
Anything Milo's doing?
Milo will go ahead and just play a song on board.
Nice.
Kind of just keep everyone entertained.
Give me a performance check. 26. That's not too shabby at all. You make 12 gold from tips. As people will tip you for playing such beautiful music. And Talos, anything you were doing?
I'm actually Talos gonna take out his dragon chess set and see if anyone is if anyone wants to join him in a friendly game.
Roll me a persuasion check. Ooh, you do indeed find someone.
No gambling, no gold, just a friendly game.
Sounds good. Double check something. Is that something? No, I didn't think so. Roll me a... let's just do straight intelligence check.
Alright.
As chess is a more of an intellect game rather than anything. Unless you want to persuade me to roll for charisma or something.
Can I roll for charisma?
If you can explain how charismatically you would play chess. Because sometimes you can be deceptive or like distractive or something and make smart plays that way. Like essentially, how would Talos play charismatically? Would it be kind of try to be intimidating? Would it be like... persuasive? Performance? You could play. You would roll for performance. Essentially, if you have proficiency in any of your, of any particular skill that you think would relate to.
I have proficiency in wisdom.
Okay, is there a particular wisdom skill that would work,
Let's
like
see.
survival or perception or?
Well, definitely have
Insight?
perception in there.
You could try insight check to kind of insight his moves ahead of time.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
Alright.
Insight. 21.
Ooh. You find that he is very easy to read as he continues to move piece after piece. You find that it's not too long before you have him in checkmate. Oh, man, you're good at this.
Oh, that was quite a very good game yourself. I reach out and shake his hand.
He shakes it back. Might have to play you again tomorrow night or something. Been a while since I've actually played a good old game of dragon chess.
Oh, yes, it's quite a good game, a good mental stimulant. By the way, where are you originally traveling from?
Been kind of traveling about, essentially looking for some solid work. Went to Port La Montaigne to see if there was something that suits my needs there, but didn't quite have what I was looking for there. Heard some rumor about some potential prospects in Antiva, which is why I'm heading there.
Is Milo overhearing this?
Sure.
Well, I'm guessing there's a lot of work going on in Tiva, I'm guessing.
Oh, for sure. Plenty of work for the docks if you're looking to transport some things. From what I hear, there's also some work inland that you can get a piece of as well. Lots of interesting individuals that offering some good pay for good work. Anything Milo hears this. Is there anything he's doing about it?
I'm trying to wait until Tal's still in the conversation, and then I will.
You
played a good game there, fellow.
You as well. Shake his hand, and kind of pick up my piece, start putting the pieces back.
Have a good night, as he kind of gets up and walks away.
Hey, sorry, heard you were looking for work in Antiva. What are you trying to do over there?
As he sees you, he's like, Dockmaster. Everything perfectly legal, I assure you. Looking at perhaps maybe joining a nice shipping company, maybe, or, just seeing what's on offer, As he kind of looks at
You a captain by chance?
Nay, no captain. More or less, I've been a few hands on deck a few times. Was once trusted as a first mate on a ship once long ago, but no, just kind of going there to see what's available.
Well, as this quote-unquote dockmaster will then, in Thieves' Can, say, well, I might know a guy who's looking for some work.
As an eyebrow kind of twitches upwards a little bit. And he kind of looks about and goes, Hi. Ain't that the truth? As he kind of mumbles, south 3 paces northeast and up 8 osies as he goes, You don't say. Be interesting talk for Dockmaster. As he kind of leans over on the side of the ship.
Can Milo roll an insight on this guy?
Sure. Anything you're trying to detect in particular?
Trying to see how well or how much of a secret he can keep, but with that roll I'm not sure anymore.
And then what was your spell save DC?
17.
Oh, he matched. As he kind of stops and takes a closer look at you, you see as he's kind of looking up at the taller Dockmaster, but then he kind of blinks a little bit, and then his eyes flick down a little bit, and then he kind of blinks a little bit and looks back up. He's like, As he kind of responds to Thieves' Cant again, is like, I see. As he kind of stretches a little bit and kind of goes, and then kind of in common he goes, what kind of work have you heard about in Antiva? I'm a prospective man, always interested in some good, honest work.
Well, I know of a guy down there who just acquired a ship and might need some hands running the boat. And then in Thieves' Cant, he will also add, since he can clearly see who I really am, my name is Milo, owner of Comet's Landing, as well as a ship in Antiva.
He kind of blinks a little bit and kind of thinks and goes, can't say I'm familiar with your name, but certainly have heard a bit about Comet's company.
You mean Comet's Landing?
Comet's Landing, yeah. Certainly have heard about Comet's Landing. You got yourself a few of them taverns popping up from time to time. That certainly sounds like real solid work.
Hi. And like I said, I acquired a ship. If you would be willing to help out there.
Do a persuasion with advantage. So that's 23 both ways as he goes. And kind of in comment goes, "Aye, I'll be sure to check that out, Dockmaster. After all, a man of your talent and your position, you certainly must have a good insight on where there's good work to be found. I appreciate it," as he gives you a wink.
Aye. And I wish you good luck on your job prospects.
Aye, most appreciated, sir. As he gives a slight bow and mosey's his way down below deck to get to bed.
Well, we'll return the bow.
Alright, did I miss anyone on things you wanted to do? Did I get Soren? No, yeah, you did the brew, didn't you?
E.
Okay, and then Dane, you finished the ring.
Yeah.
Alright, Talus did his chest, you did that. Alright, yeah. So, with that, another day ends. As you all benefit from another long rest, as you have another day on the sea. You all wake up to a bright, sunny day, cloudless sky, winds at your backs, as the ship continues on its voyage to Antiva. That is where we're going to end the session for today, as you all did a little bit more. You all have earned yourself 1,000, no, not quite that much. I would say 750 experience points for roleplay and some excellent game night.
Very nice.
How much again?
You didn't,
Alright.
because you didn't quite fight the thing in the coffin, so you didn't get more XP.
Yeah.
But you did neutralize it in a sense, so that got you the extra XP there. So 750.
Damn, you really don't want to
Well,
solo
but
up
I
anymore,
think
do
the thing
you?
about it, that whatever was in there, if it was a vampire, it would have had disadvantage because it wasn't this like during the daytime
Oh,
when
yeah.
we found it.
You'll never know. You never opened it.
Yeah.
And just so you know, I mean, if it was a vampire, it's supposedly if you manage to kill one, it'll drop about 5,000 to 10,000 EXP.
I think Talos was being more practical of like the people on this ship.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can fight.
You did good. You did good. But honestly, that's if you needed to fight it, because I mean, it could have been a friendly undead. I mean, it's been locked. It was locked away for a long time. Hard to say. In any case, 750 this time, and well, who knows? Maybe you'll find something and deal with an encounter in Antiva. That'll get you to your next level. We'll find out next time on the Adventures in Dundras. I'll be right back.
Sound good.
And so, as our heroes make their way back to the Isle of Antiva, having been gone for months, to go check on Garrett and a few other prospects in areas, what awaits our heroes on the Isle of Antiva? Find out on the next exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.